Personal Biases Appendix C, Legislation References Introduction. This document highlights Mr. Donald Marshall's experiences as a REM-driven clone at the Cloning Center, when he is unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version of himself through the process of consciousness transfer from his original body to his REM-driven clone located at a remote location at the above-ground Cloning Center in Canada. Whenever Mr. Marshall sleeps and reaches REM sleep in his original body. This document allows the reader to have a further source of reference regarding the most important information concerning the Illuminati, which is the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. This document is written for the express purpose of detailing Mr. Donald Marshall's experiences as a REM-driven clone, and it is therefore not intended as a guide which explains the technicalities of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture or to answer frequently asked questions concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. Rather, it is written for the express purpose to document Mr. Donald Marshall's plight as an unwilling attendant of a highly advanced, technologically driven nightmare, and it highlights Mr. Donald Marshall's urgent plea for the public to save him from this technologically driven nightmare, REM-driven human cloning. Readers should refer to Empowerment by Virtue of Golden Truth, Marshall 2015b, for a full discussion on the subject of REM-driven cloning, as well as Exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, Volume 1, Frequently Asked Questions. Questions, Marshall 2016a, for answers to frequently asked questions. The most important distinction the reader should make when reading this document exists in the fact that there is indeed a reality which takes place here on 3D physical Earth, where original people meet as cloned versions of themselves. People meet as REM-driven, cloned versions. That is the ultimate distinction the reader should invest considerable time understanding, because once the reader understands and accepts this distinction, it becomes much easier to understand and accept that the public figures mentioned by Mr. Marshall have indeed exerted the punishments which Mr. Marshall describes from his experiences whenever Mr. Marshall is unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone at the Cloning Center. The person who sleeps controls the REM-driven clone via their consciousness, and ultimately, Mr. Marshall's experiences add another layer to reality, a reality which many are currently unfamiliar with and may not so readily accept. Nevertheless, Mr. Marshall's experiences adequately portray that this world is indeed a deception within a deception mixed with reverse psychology, because Mr. Marshall's accounts give the reader a snapshot into the lives and actions of how public figures, as well as others, behave, when they believe they are operating under complete secrecy and they will never be held accountable for their actions. It is evident to the fact that Mr. Donald Marshall has met many of the high-profile figures he speaks of as REM-driven clone versions, because Mr. Donald Marshall speaks very negatively of many high-profile figures in society, as demonstrated in this document, and not one person in over 4 years has addressed Mr. Donald Marshall for the slander of her/his name. It is a very serious and reputation-damaging accusation to call another person a pedophile, and yet, not one high-profile figure has addressed Mr. Donald Marshall on this issue or taken Mr. Donald Marshall to court to clear their name of such an accusation. Therefore, look to the law if you must. Public Interest Disclosure Act, PIDA, 1998 Section 43B, Enterprise and Regulatory Reform Act, ERA, 2013 Section 17, the Serious Crime Act 2015 Section 41(3)(a), Computer Misuse Act, 1990, Section 3A, in order to understand that Mr. Donald Marshall is providing accurate and detailed factual information regarding his REM-driven cloning experiences, otherwise Mr. Donald Marshall would have been fined or imprisoned many years ago for either slandering names, possibly inciting a public panic and using a computer to do so. Once you have finished reading this document, if Mr. Donald Marshall's dilemma resonates with you, then share this document as far and as wide as you can, and inform as many people as you can. This is the action, sharing Mr. Marshall's documents, which must first take place to free Mr. Marshall from his plight of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. A large percent of the population must first know about Mr. Marshall's dilemma, and feel compelled to help Mr. Marshall escape his dilemma, because knowing about Mr. Marshall's predicament and choosing to be inactive, is simply inadequate given seriousness of Mr. Marshall's plight. You must also feel compelled to share Mr. Marshall's disclosures so that Mr. Marshall's situation concerning the Illuminati and REM-driven cloning is known on a large scale publicly. Once Mr. Marshall's dilemma is known publicly by a large percent of the population, this is when a large percentage of the populace can take further action by rallying and demanding independent polygraph tests for individuals involved with the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. The independent polygraph results of individuals involved with REM-driven cloning will further illustrate and clearly demonstrate the reality of REM-driven cloning. Mr. Marshall needs the help of 1 million active and brave people to join, read and subscribe to his Facebook account, so that when Mr. Marshall has 1 million active and brave people, Mr. Marshall will have a large percentage of the population who clearly understand Mr. Marshall's dilemma concerning REM-driven cloning and more. When such a milestone is reached, this is when a large percent of the population can protest and demand that Illuminati members submit to independent polygraph tests for their involvement with REM-driven cloning. Mr. Marshall currently has over 12,000 people who bravely and openly subscribe to Mr. Marshall's Facebook account, although the real figure concerning people who know of Mr. Marshall's dilemma is likely to be in the tens of millions. It is Mr. Marshall and his Facebook friends' plea that if Mr. Marshall's eyewitness accounts resonate with you and you legitimately feel compelled to help, that you take the required action by sharing Mr. Marshall's disclosure documents as far and as wide as possible, and show support for Mr. Marshall by subscribing to Mr. Marshall's Facebook account. Let's work together and free Mr. Donald Marshall and others from the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning grip as soon as possible. Read/print/download/share. List of abbreviations: 3SG1 equals third person singular, first respondent, etc. DM equals Donald Marshall experiences from the Cloning Center. April 5, 2012. A menagerie of torture exerted on Donald Marshall's REM-driven clones. DM, more torture. It has been a menagerie of different things at the Cloning Center. The REM-driven clones of people sitting in the stands at the Cloning Center get bored of random people just punching and kicking my REM-driven clones around, so the Illuminati mix up the torture of my REM-driven clones by shooting arrows at my REM-driven clone, throwing different stuff at my REM-driven clone, then talking down to me as a REM-driven clone at the Cloning Center. Then they start threatening that if I don't stop talking about the Illuminati and disclosing all their nefarious deeds and secrets, I'll be tortured as a REM-driven clone, when I reach REM sleep, and they activate my REM-driven clone through the process of consciousness transfer, and possibly killed in my original body if I don't stop disclosing all the evil they wield against humanity. New development: whatever the Illuminati are doing to my REM-driven clone at the Cloning Center is making me have the warning signs for a stroke in my original body during my waking hours. With the exception of my heart, I'm very healthy. However, I have been having these episodes of low blood sugar feeling attacks in my original body as a result of the torture carried out on my REM-driven clones when I go to sleep. It is affecting my original body. Even my hearing becomes 90% muffled in my original body. I then lay on the floor in my original body until the muffled hearing passes. The Illuminati are growing more confident again because there isn't a public panic yet, and therefore, they are turning up the heat on my REM-driven clones at the Cloning Center by torturing my REM-driven clones more and more at the Cloning Center. I do not know what to do in order to speed up the shutdown of the Cloning Centers and stop the Illuminati from continuing to torture my REM Driven clones when I go to sleep. April 10, 2012 at 2:08 p.m. April 10, 2012 Donald Marshall's health gets worse because of REM-driven clone torture. DM, my health is getting worse. Members of the Illuminati are getting more confident and turning up the heat on me on my REM-driven clones at the cloning center. The Illuminati members think my efforts will fizzle into nothing. Also, whatever they are doing to me from the cloning center is giving me the warning signs for a stroke, in my original body, during my waking hours, in real life, and I'm only 36. It is almost like a low blood sugar attack. It is not good. I have got to lie on the floor until these feelings, of low blood sugar attacks, pass. These feelings of low blood sugar attacks are directly because of the Illuminati and whatever they are doing from the cloning center to me. The Illuminati told me this directly, as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. I hope I do not have a stroke. My disclosures are hard enough for people to come to terms with, and it will be less accepted if I am drooling and asking for pancakes. I do not know what to do. But keep mailing and spreading my whistle-blowing disclosures, documents, and testimonies and try and save my life. April 12, 2012 Kristen Bell tries to entice Donald Marshall to willingly attend the cloning centers. DM, last night an actress named Kristen Bell was present at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone of herself to talk and bother me, as REM-driven clones. Kristen Bell as a REM-driven clone of herself, was trying to entice me to stay willingly with the Illuminati, and attend the cloning centers willingly, and continue to make the odd song for the Illuminati as a REM-driven clone from the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone, I said no. Kristen Bell as a REM-driven clone then screamed at me as a REM-driven clone, as we were surrounded by 400 REM-driven clones all sitting in the stands, all watching like it is some kind of idiot theater. DM, this American actress, Kristen Bell is having a very hard time getting famous, she says, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. People cannot remember her name, she says, as REM-driven clone at the cloning center. I asked her as REM-driven clones why the hell is she telling me? Kristen Bell's motive was just to be seen by the celebrities, rich and political people who were sitting in the stands as REM-driven clones, and have herself seen and heard at the cloning center. Like most, who seek attention at the cloning center, they're due. The Illuminati are not giving up yet. They are still transferring my consciousness from my original body, when I go to sleep and enter REM sleep, to my REM-driven clone against my will, and activating me at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone version of me with no signs of stopping. The Illuminati REM-driven clones told me they would stop transferring my consciousness and activating REM-driven clones of me at the cloning center, but they lied. My only hope of freedom and survival is world knowledge of REM-driven cloning and the cloning centers. Help me, my friends. I'll remember everyone that helped me in the end, when the cloning centers are shut down and the Illuminati are crushed. Oh, listen. A couple of months ago, while at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone, the Illuminati members made me make a song while my REM-driven clone was drugged. It is a new song out now. On the other side of a street I knew, stood a girl that looked like you, called Drive By, performed by Train Vivo 2012. But you will like this. Originally the words were on the upside of a downward spiral. My document went viral. The Illuminati made me change that part of the song, as a REM-driven clone, at the cloning center, to My Love For You went viral. And then the Illuminati members got mad because they said it sounds like the song is now talking about an STD, sexually transmitted disease. The Illuminati fear the letter though, guys. And every time someone new reads the letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, as well as my other disclosure documents, Marshall 2015A, Marshall 2015B, Marshall 2016A, etc. I become one step closer to salvation. Continue to spread the truth, guys. This will work. It has to. April 12, 2012 at 6:38 p.m. April 14, 2012 Queen Elizabeth II's fake promises. Keep sharing Donald Marshall's disclosures DM. Update. I've been promised by Queen Elizabeth II as REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center last night, that she, Queen Elizabeth II, will cease and desist as long as I stop talking about Illuminati, Freemasonry, and the cloning stations, pedophile hideouts. However, as REM-driven clone versions of herself at the cloning center, Queen Elizabeth II has told me the above statement many, many times, as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center. Yet the Illuminati have always transferred my consciousness from my original body to my REM-driven clone unwillingly when I reach REM sleep, and they have always brought me back to the cloning center as a REM-driven clone despite their promises. The mailing of my letter is having an impact. Keep going, my friends, you are saving my life. April 17, 2012. Share, share, share. Keep exposing the Illuminati's REM cloning subculture. It is working. DM, share, share, share. The mailing of my letter must be having an effect. The Illuminati are trying to bribe me into silence when then they activate me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center now. Then they threaten to kill me by torturing my REM-driven clones and do disgusting things to me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. Keep up the good work, my friends, you just may save my life. April 17, 2012 at 9:46 p.m. 3SG1, how does mailing your letter help save your life? DM, well, the way it helps is that when more and more of the populace learn of my situation, REM-driven cloning, the cloning centers and all the evil the Illuminati do. Each night, with the exception of 2 nights ago, when I went to sleep, the Illuminati members try to be nicer and nicer to me. The Illuminati entice me with empty promises and threats of this and that. However, when more and more people are learning about my situation, REM-driven cloning, and the cloning centers etc., the more it stings the Illuminati, it leaves the Illuminati a little exposed. United States President Barack Obama attends the cloning center as a REM-driven clone of himself, and talks to Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself, nearly every night, when they go to sleep. Everyone who attends the above-ground cloning center in Canada where I am unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone knows all about me, and what I am writing right now, including United States President Barack Obama and Queen Elizabeth II. DM, United States President Barack Obama and Queen Elizabeth II, as well as many others who attend the above-ground cloning center located in Canada where I am activated as a REM-driven clone, review my Facebook posts on a big screen, as REM-driven clones of themselves, at the cloning center nightly. When the loyal Illuminati members, as REM-driven clones of themselves, review my posts on the big screen from the cloning center, these REM-driven clone versions of original people give me dirty looks. And I retort by saying yet. And what, you piggish bastards? To which these loyal Illuminati members either have another REM-driven clone at the cloning center attack me as a REM-driven clone or beg me to stop talking. The Illuminati members then tell me as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, you are going to mess up the normal order of the world, to which I reply, promise never to bring me here ever again. Sorry about the heart damage. Dawn, goodbye, they will reply and deactivate my REM-driven clone at the push of a button. However, the next night when I go to sleep and reach REM sleep, the Illuminati transfer my consciousness to my REM-driven clone stored at the cloning center, located within a 5-hour drive radius of the Robert Picton farm in Canada, and I open my eyes at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone yet again, like I always do, although the Illuminati promised in the past never to bring me there again. Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone of herself at the cloning center, will be crying, and begging me, also a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, please reconsider. Done, we love you, you've been with us since childhood, we need you to oversee the musical sphere of our organization. And as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, I will reply to Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone by saying, rot in hell, you pig-faced putrid child murdering hag thing. This is when Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone attacks me as REM-driven clone. By scratching and biting me as a REM-driven clone, while she makes sounds like a retarded cat, as she bites and scratches me. I will usually be tied down when I am activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center to a stainless steel table while Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone attacks me. Then the same attacks, biting and scratching, will be carried out by Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone the next night, when I go to sleep and I am activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center through the process of consciousness transfer, and the next night, and the next night, and the night after that. It gets boring for the celebrities who are sitting in the stands as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, so Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone of herself, tries to mix up the torture. Oh, today if Don refuses to join us the Illuminati or doesn't make a new song, I'm going to beat him, his REM-driven clone, with a bat. Or I am going to lance him through with a long sword, etc. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone will use any excuse to attack me as a REM-driven clone. If I am not activated at the cloning centers, as a REM-driven clone, Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone of herself, has no reason to speak really at the cloning center. DM, furthermore, as a REM-driven clone of herself, Queen Elizabeth II is the most retarded show, off-camera attention seeker there. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center wants a reason to be seen in the spotlight at the cloning center, so Queen Elizabeth II terrorizes me as a REM-driven clone version of myself every day. And now people are angry she hasn't let me go sooner because they do not want their names mentioned, and I am about to write document 2 which will contain a long list of names of people who have attended the cloning centers as REM-driven clone copies of themselves, as well as other information the world must know. Keep spreading the word, people. The Illuminati are very worried about it, so spreading my letter must be working. The Illuminati and the cloning centers must be shut down. April 19, 2012 at 4:18 p.m. April 22, 2012 More empty promises from the Illuminati REM-driven clones DM. The Illuminati members as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center are only talking to me when I am activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone while I sleep and reach REM sleep, instead for torturing me as a REM-driven clone, for the past 3 days. Yappy, yap, yap. Stop talking about us the Illuminati and we will not clone you. Asterisk laughter asterisk the Illuminati will clone me regardless. The Illuminati are very worried now. The mailing is having a good effect. April 22, 2012 at 7:25 p.m. April 24, 2012 All the Illuminati can do is deny, keep exposing REM-driven cloning. It is working. DM, Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center has been doing most of the speaking whenever I am unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone located at the cloning center, whenever I reach REM sleep at home in bed. For the past few days I have been activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center and Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center assures me that if I stop talking about the Illuminati and REM-driven cloning, I won't be activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center or cloned anymore. I haven't been hurt as a REM-driven clone when I have been activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center in the last 3 days. The Illuminati members as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center are very worried and concerned about the multitude of people spreading the letter and the Illuminati are asking me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, to again erase my Facebook account, delete my Hotmail email address, and never speak about the Illuminati and their REM-driven cloning subculture ever again. This is working. The Illuminati are very worried now. 3SG1, tell Lily, bet I said shut the F *** up. That old cobweb pussycat having battle axe, and even if your Facebook account and Hotmail gets erased, your message will be spread. I'm not afraid. Tell her Queen Elizabeth II to come and get me. DM, laughter I know. The Illuminati have said to me as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center that killing me, my original body, will not make a difference. Killing me will just make people angrier. The Illuminati are just going to have to weather the storm. Deny, deny, deny. It is all they can do, they said. Deny the fact that they do have such highly advanced technologies today and do meet in secret through the process of consciousness transfer from their original bodies to their REM-driven clones. All they can do is deny that REM-driven cloning technology exists. The Illuminati are waiting for people to start demanding answers to REM-driven cloning, the cloning centers and all which I have disclosed. The Illuminati will refuse polygraph tests and hide in their houses behind guards. We have discussed this topic at length, trust me, at length as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center. All the Illuminati can do is deny the existence of REM-driven cloning, deny the existence of their REM-driven cloning subculture, and deny the existence of such highly advanced technologies. Denying is all they can do, they said. The Illuminati are afraid now. Continue, my friends. April 24, 2012 at 10:05 p.m. April 25, 2012 Phil Reese, Queen Elizabeth II, and a few celebrities punish Donald Marshall as REM clones. DM, the Illuminati members punished my REM-driven clones badly when I was activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone located at the cloning center. The last 3 days when I was activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, the only thing the Illuminati members, also REM-driven clone versions their original selves, did was talk to me, as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. However, last night the Illuminati punished my REM-driven clones badly. A few celebrities harmed my REM-driven clones, including Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone of herself. Queen Elizabeth II harmed my REM-driven clones, as well as Phil Reese. Phil Reese is a commissioner, doorman in uniform, for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, C.S.I.S. Phil Reese as a REM-driven clone of himself smashed me when I was activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. Phil Reese, as a REM-driven clone of himself, got a bat and smashed my REM-driven clone to a pulp at the cloning center. I'll tell you about the experience later in a new update. April 25, 2012 at 4:21 p.m. April 25, 2012 Donald Marshall dies 3 times as a REM-driven clone. Help him expose the Illuminati. DM, update, well. The Illuminati members got me badly when I was activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center last night, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone located at the cloning center when I sleep and reach REM sleep, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself, had my REM-driven clone placed in a small room just of the concourse off the main arena of the cloning center, and Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself said, "So I'm a pig-faced smelly hag, am I?" Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself said that while smiling at me. I am also a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. I responded, as a REM-driven clone, "Yes, Queen Elizabeth II, you are among many other things. You are a child murderer, a drunk senile pervert, and a remarkable pathetic loser." All said by me as a REM-driven clone to Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version at the cloning center with a straight face. Moreover, my REM-driven clone body was chained to a black wooden cross, and my REM-driven clone's body was chained upright with my back supported on a wooden base. I have been activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center many times, and I have been a REM-driven clone at the cloning centers many times. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself leaned in and bit me on my cheek, my REM-driven clone's cheek, and growled and shook her head around like a dog as she continued to bite me, as REM as a driven clone at the cloning center. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself at the cloning center, then grabbed my REM-driven clone's testicles and crushed my REM-driven clone's testicles in her hand slowly, all the while shaking her retarded fat head, as she had her teeth in my REM-driven clone's cheeks, snarling in a weird, like manner, as she tried to look evil for other REM-driven clones in the auditorium who do not even like her, Queen Elizabeth II. I could not breathe or scream, I just seized up and I couldn't curl into a fetal position because I was chained hand and foot to the cross when Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself, did this to me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center then let go of her grip on my REM-driven clone's cheek and my REM-driven clone's testicles, and as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II left the small room, laughing and saying something I missed, as a REM-driven clone, because I was too hurt to register it. After Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center left the room, this is when Phil Reese, a commissionaire, doorman in uniform, for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, C.S.I.S., came into the room and said, "Oh Donnie, she's Queen Elizabeth II furious. As if she has a right to be." As a REM-driven clone of myself at the cloning center I responded to Phil Reese, also a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, by saying "Leave me alone retard" in a messed up voice, because I could barely talk from the hurt carried out by Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone version of herself, against my REM-driven clone at the cloning center. Phil Reese, also a REM-driven clone of himself, at the cloning center, then responded, "You called us heathen filthy perverts, Donnie. You said God hates us and you're talking about us too much." As a REM-driven clone version of me at the cloning center, I shrugged and said it is all true, and I have no choice but to talk about this. This is when Phil Reese, a commissionaire, doorman in uniform, for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, C.S.I.S., also a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, started punching me as a REM-driven clone in the face, punching me in the head, punching my REM-driven clone's body, and Phil Reese, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, just kept hitting me as a REM-driven clone with body blows. Then Phil Reese, as a REM-driven clone of himself at the cloning center, grabbed a bat and literally started smacking me as a REM-driven clone in the face with the bat. My consciousness faded to black in that REM-driven clone body and I died in my first REM-driven clone body, of the night. I was whole again and in the main arena in a new REM-driven clone body, REM-driven clone body number 2 for the night. However, I was still shaking in this fresh new REM-driven clone body and messed up because my consciousness was still registering the pain from the last death as a REM-driven clone, that is, from REM-driven clone body number 1 for the night. I couldn't walk or talk in my second REM-driven clone body for a prolonged period of time, and when I could walk and talk, my mother and the Cahoons, my mother's married, in family, also REM-driven clones of themselves, were talking to me from the front row of the cloning center, just behind the hockey boards, saying, "Donnie, we are a bunch of jailers, incestuous pedophile perverts are we." As REM-driven clones at the cloning center, the Cahoons like to think they are celebrities just because they know me. The Cahoons think I am their link to the stars at the cloning center. The celebrities who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clones of themselves do not even like the Cahoons, and the celebrities have told the Cahoons this as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. The celebrities think the Cahoons, my mother's married, in family, are some of the grossest human beings at the cloning center, for selling out their own relative. The celebrities like to backwards rationalize to themselves in the sense that yes, well, I do scummy stuff as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, but at least I am not like one of those Cahoons. After I was beaten to death in my first REM-driven clone body, the Cahoons left the front row just behind the hockey boards where they were seated to attack my second REM-driven clone body. Gordon Cahoon, Tom Cahoon, and Tony Cahoon. Gordon, Tom, and Tony are brothers. My step-father and 2 step-uncles all smashed my second REM-driven clone body badly for insulting their good name and including them in the letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, and Gordon Cahoon, Tom Cahoon, and Tony Cahoon, as well as my stepfather, and 2 step-uncles, have previously smashed REM-driven clones of me at the cloning center for including them in the letter, Donald Marshall. Proborts 2012a, in the past. My consciousness faded to black in my second REM-driven clone body and I died again, for the second time that night as a REM-driven clone. I was then activated in my third REM-driven clone body, for the night, and I was now chained to the wooden cross with a wooden base in the main arena now. Brand new REM-driven clone body 3, for the evening, and who is looking at me as a REM-driven clone version of herself when my vision cleared. Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis, the actress from that 70s show. Go on Mila. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone said to Mila Kunis as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone, Miss Kunis was shaking and looking down, when I yelled at her, as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, and said, "What the hell do you want, you scummy little whore? Oh, you are gonna hurt me? What a surprise." As a REM-driven clone of herself at the cloning center, Mila Kunis then responds, "I'm mad at how you said I look like a ring-tailed lemur, saying my eyes are huge in your letter," so I replied, as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, by telling Mila Kunis as a REM-driven clone version of herself, "Yes, I did say that, and what ya gonna do? Your eyes are abnormally large." Yes, and I included you Mila Kunis in the letter because you hurt me as a REM-driven clone while I was writing the letter. So too bad. B********** go back to your home planet. As a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, Mila Kunis then brings a bat and points it at my REM-driven clone's face, and I said, as a REM-driven clone, "Oh, my bat." As a REM-driven clone duplicate at the cloning center, Mila Kunis was shaking as if she knew and didn't think what she was about to do was right. Then Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center said, "Mila," and then Mila Kunis as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center started smashing my REM-driven clone body with the bat vertically. Mila Kunis, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, hit me as a REM-driven clone right above the forehead. Then Mila Kunis, as a REM-driven clone, hit me on the top of my REM-driven clone body's head, and she kept smashing me as REM-driven clone body in the face with the bat until my consciousness faded to black in my third REM-driven clone body and I died again. As a REM-driven clone. I died 3 times as a REM-driven clone last night at the cloning center. I was then activated into my 4th REM-driven clone body, for the night. Then, as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II's face appeared in front of mine, and then the blurriness around her head cleared, as my vision in my 4th REM-driven clone body became clearer. As a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Queen Elizabeth II said to me smugly, as REM-driven clones, "We're not afraid, done. We will be bringing you here cloning center for the rest of your life, and you will make the new songs or you will be tortured as REM-driven clones." In my 4th REM-driven clone body, for the night, I did not say anything in response to Queen Elizabeth II's comment, as a REM-driven clone of herself at the cloning center. My consciousness was still registering the pain from the 3 REM-driven clone deaths, from REM-driven clone body number 1 to REM-driven clone body number 3 for the night. I was too dizzy and messed up from the hurt carried out on my REM-driven clones and dying 3 times as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. Then as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Queen Elizabeth II said, "Just kidding, done." This was a grand finale, and Queen Elizabeth II carried on talking while smiling, as REM-driven clone at the cloning center, and said the following: "We're not bringing you here anymore. You're boring anyway. Stop talking about us or we will bring you back for more torture." I died 3 times as a REM-driven clone last night when I went to sleep, at home, in my bed, and had my consciousness transferred from my original body to my REM-driven clone, which is located at the cloning centers, and I was killed 3 times as a REM-driven clone. Consciousness is linked, and therefore the torture of my REM-driven clones affects me physically in my original, real, body. My heart, in my original/real body, is weak today as a consequence of suffering 3 deaths as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. Help me spread the letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, my friends, as well as disclosure documents, Marshall 2015A, Marshall 2015B, Marshall 2016A, etc. Or I am going to die in my original body from the REM-driven clone torture the Illuminati exert on my REM-driven clones at the cloning center. Help me spread the word, my friends. Document 2 will be coming very soon. May 1, 2012. The Illuminati REM clones beg Donald Marshall to sugar-coat events at the cloning center DM. Last night when I was activated at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone, when I reach REM sleep in my original body, which takes 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep to reach REM sleep, the Illuminati REM-driven clones told me, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, at the cloning center, to sugar-coat everything, leave out details and exclude some people. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I told the Illuminati REM-driven clones no. The Illuminati REM-driven clones cried, as well as other things. They then begged me and stated that I should sugar-coat and leave out details because people will most likely call for their deaths. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I responded to the Illuminati REM-driven clones by stating I'll get out of this place and have it shut down. The Illuminati REM-driven clones are acting like it is done and they are defeated. Celebrities are ready to spoof me with a vengeance on sketch comedy and variety television shows like Saturday Night Live or any television show for that matter, because they are desperate. The Illuminati's confidence is gone now, their arrogance has been replaced with fear and sadness. Whatever it is that everyone has done is having an awesome effect. The Illuminati REM-driven clones did not even hurt my REM-driven clones last night at all. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center last night, I was chained to a cross, but the Illuminati REM-driven clones never did anything to my REM-driven clone last night at the cloning center. If informing the population about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture slows down or stops though, the Illuminati REM-driven clones will resume the torture of my REM-driven clones and continue. What everyone is doing is definitely working. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it more than you realize. Keep spreading the truth about the Illuminati and their REM-driven cloning subculture. May 2, 2012. Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, and Vladimir Putin vs. Donald Marshall DM, last night at the cloning center, while I was in restraints as a REM-driven clone version of myself. The Illuminati REM-driven clones instructed Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, who was also a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, to talk to me. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Chancellor Angela Merkel just wanted to show off for the other REM-driven clones sitting in the stands watching. Everyone who attends the cloning center as REM-driven clone versions of themselves are beyond bored of Queen Elizabeth II's nasty raspy croak, with accent. So, as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, last night was Chancellor Angela Merkel's turn to try and convince me to stay in the REM-driven cloning subculture. Chancellor Angela Merkel as a REM-driven clone version of herself offered me, also a REM-driven clone of myself at the cloning center, promises of no more REM-driven clone torture, the opportunity to just hang out at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone, make songs as a REM-driven clone and have REM-driven clone sex with celebrities at the cloning center. As REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center, I told Chancellor Angela Merkel no. It is no surprise you are here talking to me because it is only the fat, smelly, ugly, old, and scummy people who are the biggest supporters of the Diddle Dome cloning center. As a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Chancellor Angela Merkel cried after hearing my response to her offer, and as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center I laughed while Chancellor Angela Merkel cried, and I told Chancellor Angela Merkel as a REM-driven clone version of herself to go and sit her fat butt down. I do not know her and I hate her for hurting me before as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, and I don't want to look it. Her or speak to her as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. This time, as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Chancellor Angela Merkel let out a fake cry for the onlooking crowd of REM-driven clones sitting in their seats watching, and Chancellor Angela Merkel as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center left my presence to go and sit back in her seat. This is when Vladimir Putin, also a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, spoke up. "I don't like what you say to Angela." "I like Angela," Vladimir Putin said as a REM-driven clone of himself. To which, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, I replied to Vladimir Putin, who was also a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, in the following manner: "Shut up, Russian Corky." Vladimir Putin hates it when I call him Russian Corky when we are REM-driven clones of ourselves at the cloning center. As REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center, Vladimir Putin has attacked multiple REM-driven clones of me at the cloning center many times. Moreover, as a REM-driven clone version of himself, Vladimir Putin has also tortured my REM-driven clones many times, and therefore in response to his comment about Chancellor Angela Merkel, I replied, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, "Shut up, Vlad. You're a retard and nobody wants to see you," something along those lines. As a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Vladimir Putin advanced towards me while I was in restraints as a REM-driven clone and stabbed me as REM-driven clone of myself 3 times in the side of my REM-driven clone body, and with the third stab at my REM-driven clone body, Vladimir Putin as a REM-driven clone version of himself left the knife in my REM-driven clone body and twisted the knife a little and asked me, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, "You won't call me that anymore, will you?" As a REM-driven clone in restraints at the cloning center, I couldn't talk, I just shook my head left to right to signal no, and Vladimir Putin as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center pulled out the knife from the side of my REM-driven clone body. As soon as Vladimir Putin as a REM-driven clone version of himself pulled out the knife, I told him once again, as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, "Shut up, Corky." Then I said a few choice words about how he, Vladimir Putin, is retarded and a child molester, and I made fun of his syndrome. Vladimir Putin has a condition such as Down syndrome, and I also mocked his fake Spetsnaz credentials. After hearing my choice words and mocking comments, as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Vladimir Putin was half weeping and crying as if we were old pals, and he turned dramatically and left my presence to sit back in his seat located over the hockey boards at the cloning center. Vladimir Putin as a REM-driven clone of himself at the cloning center, then threatened me, as a REM-driven clone, to stop talking about the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture and asked me to stop while I was still in restraints as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Vladimir Putin also told me, as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, that I do not know what I am doing, with respect to fully disclosing the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture to the public. Therefore, as a REM-driven clone of myself, I replied to Vladimir Putin as a REM-driven clone of himself, that I am getting out of this place cloning center one way or another. Keep helping me, guys. It is working ***. I can handle Chancellor Angela Merkel's 4 punches to my REM-driven clone and Vladimir Putin's 3 stabs to my REM-driven clone. Continue spreading the truth about the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture, I will persevere. This REM-driven cloning subculture and the cloning centers must be stopped. I will keep the status reports going so that everyone knows that I am not dead. May 3, 2012. Thanks to your efforts, Donald Marshall is not activated as a REM-driven clone DM. Update. Well, last night the Illuminati did not activate me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center at all, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone, when I reach REM sleep, at home in bed. It takes 90 to 110 minutes to reach REM sleep after first falling asleep. I was worried as I laid in bed just before falling asleep, hoping I would not be activated as a REM-driven clone in the cloning center, and have my consciousness transferred to my REM-driven clone, where I open my eyes at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone while the Illuminati REM-driven clones are yelling in my face as a REM-driven clones for hours on end, until I wake up in my original body, yet again. For the first time in a while, the Illuminati did not activate me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. I had a period where I was not activated as a REM-driven clone for 3 days in a row a few weeks ago, and I thought I might be clear from being activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, but no, on the 4th day the Illuminati activated me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. The Illuminati REM-driven clones do not like the descriptions I post the following day about the cloning center each time I am activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. The Illuminati REM-driven clones do not like it when I mention who says what is a REM-driven clone version of themselves at the cloning center. The Illuminati REM-driven clones really do not like that. Hopefully, I will not be activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center tonight either. Had it not been for you guys, the Illuminati would be activating REM-driven clones of me nightly at the cloning center whenever I sleep and reach REM sleep. Thanks to you guys, the Illuminati have stopped activating me as REM-driven clones for a few nights at a time. This is only happening thanks to your efforts. Thank you and continue. The spreading of the truth and informing the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is going even better than I thought it would. It is going better than the Illuminati thought it would too. I will keep you updated. Continue to spread the truth about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. We need large public crowds angry and demanding answers and polygraph tests about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. May 4, 2012. The Illuminati have not activated Donald Marshall as a REM clone for 2 nights in a row. DM. The Illuminati have not activated me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center for 2 days now. Informing the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is working. People are spreading the information about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture all over the world. It is getting big now. It is the 2nd day in a row the Illuminati has not activated me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. It is because of your help. Keep up the good work, my friends. The Illuminati are very frightened and worried right now. The Illuminati are worried about being fully exposed for the first time in over 30 years that I can recall, given my experiences with the Illuminati as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. May 9, 2012. The Illuminati REM-driven clones resume torturing Donald Marshall as a REM-driven clone. DM. Well, the Illuminati REM-driven clones got me badly when I was activated me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone located at the cloning center, last night. I am in the process of getting internet connection and a tablet. I will mail with vengeance once I have internet connection and a tablet. Stick with me guys, this is going to work. I will be detailing my recent REM-driven cloning experiences at the cloning center when I receive the tablet. Furthermore, someone is supposedly coming to visit me tomorrow night and video record me with a good camera. You can then have a clear look at me. People will then be able to verify that I look more like the image on the Megadeth album cover The World Needs a Hero, 2001. Things are going well. I will upload the video recordings taken of me, as soon as possible, once the video recordings are completed. May 9, 2012 at 10:37 p.m. 3SG1, sorry to hear that they did it again, Donnie. I am still walking with you and sharing what I can, where I can. 3SG2, I am sorry to hear this. Make sure you do whatever you can to continue exposing these evil s. DM, the video will be made as soon as possible and posted as soon as possible. Hi 3SG1, and thank you for your efforts. 3SG2, you know I will. I have no choice really. May 10, 2012 at 4:03 p.m. May 12, 2012 time is quickly running out for the Illuminati. Continue exposing REM-driven cloning. DM, good news, there are many REM-driven clones at the cloning center that are now dropping out of the REM-driven cloning subculture. Furthermore, as REM-driven clone versions of themselves. At the cloning center, many are saying that they'll talk about the REM-driven cloning subculture publicly if they are not deactivated as REM-driven clones at the cloning center and left alone. People who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clone versions of themselves know what is coming and want to get out of the REM-driven cloning subculture before the wave of good people against the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture washes over them. The REM-driven clones who usually sit in the stands at the cloning center are now standing up in the stands, and are now demanding that I am released from the cloning center and never activated as a REM-driven clone again. Other people who are activated as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center are trying to save themselves. Furthermore, as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center, Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and Kanye West want everyone to know that they are leaving the REM-driven cloning subculture and want Donnie left alone. Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and Kanye West have said as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center that they will not be torturing me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center for songs anymore, or participating in the REM-driven cloning subculture. It is like rats jumping a sinking ship. In other words, you can tell something is about to fail when a large group of people begin to leave. The Illuminati and their REM-driven cloning subculture is almost done now. Thank you everyone, but we are not finished just yet. May 12, 2012 at 2:47 p.m. the Illuminati REM-driven clones also told me, when I was a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center last night, that it is only a matter of time now, and they will have to weather the storm, and they hope that the populace is merciful. May 12, 2012 at 4:55 p.m. DM, the Illuminati's time is quickly running out. As REM-driven clones at the cloning center, the Illuminati REM-driven clones are literally terrified the public will lynch them and tear them apart. They Illuminati members are afraid there will be no trial for cloning the public's children against their will. The Illuminati REM-driven clones are also afraid there will no trial for transferring the consciousnesses of the public's children to their REM-driven clone duplicates whenever the public's real children went to sleep in their original bodies, and entered REM sleep, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep, and were then activated as REM-driven cloned children located at a remote location, cloning centers, here on 3D physical Earth, and torturing the public's children as REM-driven clones. Moreover, the Illuminati members are also afraid there will not be a trial for using the public's children as REM-driven cloned mini-sex slaves. Then there is the Illuminati's involvement in murdering real people in real life. May 12, 2012 at 5:09 p.m. May 13, 2012 You guys are awesome. Continue exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture DM, you guys are awesome. We are winning. I am putting my nephew in the video recording with me, when I can get him to come over to my place. My nephew has been a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center approximately 20 times. My nephew has not been activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center for many years, but he wants to help me. Keep up the good work, my friends. The Illuminati REM-driven clones are still asking me to sugar-coat the entire REM-driven cloning subculture when I have been activated as a REM-driven clone recently. The Illuminati are desperate, and as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, the Illuminati REM-driven clones told me, as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, killing me would only make me a martyr now. The Illuminati REM-driven clones also mentioned that they are just waiting to weather the storm as best as they can. In other words, they are just waiting to deal with a very difficult problem which they will face. May 13, 2012 at 9:59 p.m. Moreover, as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Queen Elizabeth II said that she may announce abdicating the throne, publicly, and give Prince Charles of Wales the crown, and as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Prince Charles of Wales said he wants the crown sometime this century. However, anything could happen. The Illuminati REM-driven clones have been feeding me misinformation for the past month when I am activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, because I tell the world exactly what they are doing and saying as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center. May 13, 2012 at 8:09 p.m. May 14, 2012 Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh asks Donald Marshall to sugar-coat his experiences. DM, last night when I was activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh and his wife Queen Elizabeth II as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, approached me in the center of the Dirt Arena to talk to me as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone of himself, Prince Philip told me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center that, I have to sugar-coat the details or the world would end and people would overthrow governments around the world that were involved in the REM-driven cloning subculture. As a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Prince Philip also stated his mother Princess Alice of Battenberg would be vilified for all time, and as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I responded to Prince Philip, who was a REM-driven clone version of himself, by stating Princess Alice of Battenberg deserves to be DM. Then as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Prince Philip said to me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I do not know what the Illuminati members have got planned. As long as I sugar-coat, the Illuminati members will show edited highlights of my best sword fights as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. I lost more sword fights as a REM-driven clone than I won, and spear fights as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, as well as the best highlights of me making songs as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. Then as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Prince Philip continued with the following: the world will adore me and love me more than anyone on earth for what I have been through as REM-driven clones and in real life, but so long as I sugar-coat. And I was also told while I was a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, by Prince Philip as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, to say to the public I've exaggerated. And then as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Prince Philip smiled and said, we know you will do the right thing when the time comes. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I responded to Prince Philip as a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center by smiling and saying, yes, I will. 3SG1, tell the truth, Donald. Always tell the truth. If some B**************** D is hurting you, tell them exactly what you think of them. Do not be afraid, pal. Tell them that millions of us out here know about their evil doings. Tell them that because it is the truth. The truth is the most powerful weapon against lying, Zionist, Nazi, S. DM, nothing but the truth, my friend. I assure you. There is no need to lie or exaggerate. I couldn't exaggerate about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, it is that bad. And there are even worse things to disclose. The Illuminati members are afraid now, thanks to all of you. Keep going, it is almost over, and I smell freedom. May 14, 2012 at 8:15 p.m. 3SG1, I'm a pressure man myself. I can take pressure. We are turning up the pressure, Don. If those B************************ hurt you, we will make them pop. And I don't mean pop music either. Also, stay away from Stephen Joseph Christopher Donald. Steve is screaming crazy, and then some. 3SG2, don't sell out. Tell the truth. Sounds like the Illuminati members are scared or they would not have offered you that. 3SG3, the right thing is to be true to yourself, I hope you know that. In doing so, you set the tone and climate for others to do the same. DM, I am not selling out. Stephen Joseph Christopher has shown his true colors. I wish Stephen Joseph Christopher would just go away now. May 15, 2012 at 6:05 p.m. 3SG3, Stephen Joseph Christopher is no help to you. In fact, Stephen Joseph Christopher would only bring more chaos. Stephen Joseph Christopher is totally self-involved. DM, and in closing, the Illuminati REM-driven clones released me as a REM-driven clone from the cloning center last night without any torture to my REM-driven clone, S. The Illuminati REM-driven clones did not even touch me, as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. The Illuminati members are afraid now because I document everything here on Facebook and various other websites and forums. I have all of you to thank for the fact the Illuminati REM-driven clones did not torture me last night. We are in the home stretch, my friends. It's all over, but the crying, in other words the things which make you sad, can be over, and what has happened, and now you are left to cope with what happened. Keep spreading the word on the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. I appreciate your efforts more than you realize. May 14, 2012. May 15, 2012. As REM-driven clones, Queen Elizabeth II stabs Donald Marshall repeatedly for many hours. DM, I was activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center again last night when I went to sleep, which happens through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone when I reach REM sleep in my original body. It takes approximately 90 to 110 minutes to reach REM sleep after first falling asleep. I thought I was clear of the cloning center and was no longer going to be activated as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. However, last night, as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Queen Elizabeth II had my REM-driven clone paralyzed, and Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself advanced towards me in the dirt circle, when I was a REM-driven clone of myself at the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone of herself, Queen Elizabeth II walked slowly with a grimly smile, not like her usual smile she displays at the cloning center as a REM-driven clone version of herself. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself also had a facial expression which displayed angry eyebrows, and Queen Elizabeth II said to me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, "Stop, or you will suffer done." At this point, as a REM-driven clone of herself, Queen Elizabeth II began stabbing me as REM-driven clone of myself. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone herself must have wanted me to talk because she did not stab me as a REM-driven clone in the lungs. I would have drowned in blood as a REM-driven clone of myself had Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself stabbed me in the lungs when I was REM-driven clone at the cloning center. All of the stabs carried out by Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself was to non-vital areas of my REM-driven clone body. As a REM-driven clone of myself, I mostly screamed as Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself continued to stab me until I reached a state of delirium as a REM-driven clone of myself at the cloning center. Then as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II kept talking, but as a REM-driven clone version of myself, I could not register her words, and the last words I heard was "so done. Blah, blah." As a REM-driven clone of myself, I was so weak from blood loss, and my vision went blurry in my REM-driven clone body, that I did not respond to whatever Queen Elizabeth II said as a REM-driven clone version of herself, and then Queen Elizabeth II as her REM-driven clone self said, "Oh, ignore me, will you? You'll get a few more stabs for that. Blah, blah, blah." As a REM-driven clone of herself, Queen Elizabeth II knew I had suffered too much blood loss as a REM-driven clone of myself, and therefore I could not respond. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I only squeaked a little, trying to say anything so that the ancient retard Queen Elizabeth II did not stab me again as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. However, as a REM-driven clone of herself, this was Queen Elizabeth II's plan. Then someone sitting in the stands as a REM-driven clone version of themselves yelled, "You're gonna kill him." He meant, in my original body, in real life, because consciousness is linked. Petkova and Ersin 2008, Ersin 2013, like another person who was also a REM-driven clone version of themselves at the cloning center did the last time something like this happened. My heart in my original, real, body is not feeling good because of the REM-driven clone torture which was carried out on my REM-driven clones by Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone of herself at the cloning center, when I went to sleep last night. I am all shaky in my original, real, body today. The stabbings of my REM-driven clones by Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself went on for many hours, then my consciousness was deactivated from REM-driven clone body 1, for the night. And my consciousness was put into a second REM-driven duplicate clone body of mine, for the night, and Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself repeated the process of stabbing me as a REM-driven clone version of myself in my second REM-driven clone body, for the night. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself repeated the process of deactivating my consciousness from one REM-driven clone body and activating my consciousness into a different REM-driven clone body, and as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II kept stabbing me as REM-driven clone version of myself for many hours, and then I was completely deactivated as a REM-driven clone for the night. The latest video I have made detailing the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is 45 minutes long. The video was made last night. Unfortunately, the file is too big and it will take approximately 4 hours to upload that particular video. When I have Wi-Fi internet connection at home, I will just upload this 45-minute video while I sleep. Keep up the fight, my friends. Soon I am going to tell you about Area 51 and flying saucers. The information about Area 51 and flying saucers is not nearly as fabulous as you may think. Furthermore, the flying saucers should have said US Air Force instead of the strange hieroglyphics. Now I am going to respond to questions and threads, as well as messages in inbox. May 15, 2012. Tila Tequila suffers at the hands of the Illuminati members. DM, the Illuminati members are now messing with Tila Tequila, when she is activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. The Illuminati members are also messing with Tila Tequila in her real life. The Illuminati members are messing with Tila Tequila because Tila Tequila no longer wants to be a REM-driven clone sex slave. When she goes to sleep, which happens through the process of consciousness transfer from her original body to her REM-driven clone, where she must have REM-driven clone sex at the cloning center, as REM-driven clone version of herself, while her original, real, body sleeps, in exchange for fame and fortune, in real life, that she received from the Illuminati. Tila Tequila wants to leave the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture now, and no longer wishes to be a REM-driven clone sex slave. Tila Tequila wants to stop being a REM-driven clone sex slave now, and not when she is much older and her physical looks have faded. Tila Tequila wants to stop being a REM-driven clone sex slave now. The Illuminati members are making an example of Tila Tequila when she is activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center and in real life. The Illuminati members are making an example of Tila Tequila so that no other Hollywood whores people who agreed to be REM-driven clone sex slaves in exchange for promotion would follow suit. You sold your soul, Tila. In other words, the use of her REM-driven clone to the Illuminati, to be used by the Illuminati however the Illuminati pleases. You sold your soul, Tila. To Queen Elizabeth II. Good luck getting it back. I will help Tila Tequila talk about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, maybe even save her life. Tila Tequila knows me, and as a REM-driven clone version of herself Tila Tequila has watched me as a REM-driven clone version of myself make songs at the cloning center. Tila Tequila as a REM-driven clone version of herself has also watched me get tortured at the cloning center when I have been activated as a REM-driven clone. You better hurry and start talking, Tila. 3SG1, her plight has been going on for a while, years. 3SG2, each story makes me sadder. It must end. The Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture must end. 3SG3, she Tila Tequila wasn't even that famous. Did you send her a Facebook friend request? DM, yes, that is what Tila Tequila does as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. Tila Tequila has REM-driven clone, sex with Illuminati members at the cloning center in exchange for fame and promotions. If she says the word clone publicly, she will die. That is exactly what the Illuminati members said as REM-driven clone versions of themselves when I was activated as a REM-driven clone. No, I am not Facebook friend requesting Tila. As REM-driven clones at the cloning center, Tila Tequila tortured me and showed off by torturing my REM-driven clones to the Illuminati members, as well as to the REM-driven clones which were sitting in the stands when she thought she was an Illuminati member. However, if she no longer wishes to be a part of the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture and Tila Tequila wishes to leave the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture permanently, I will help her talk. Tila Tequila can come to me though. Do not feel bad for her though. Because as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, she has watched children get murdered on video and she said, yeah, we're evil. Tila Tequila is a rotten little b********h. I will still help Tila Tequila though, I guess. She might help me too. May 15, 2012 at 7:29 p.m. 3SG4, I remember we had a conversation about Tila Tequila and you said she was a pig and an evil b*******h, so I am not surprised with what you are saying about her today. Since you are a better person, you should definitely try to help her if she permanently wants to leave the Illuminati REM-driven cloning subculture, as it would seem to me that when these idiots sign up sell the use of their REM-driven clone to the Illuminati, they have no idea what they are doing and all they see is fame and fortune, not torture and misery. DM, exactly 3SG4, I will help her. Tila Tequila. Tila Tequila's mind is probably fragmented from all she has seen as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. Tell Tila Tequila that I will help her if she is willing to speak publicly about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. The Illuminati members will not kill her then if she starts talking about REM-driven cloning publicly, because there will be too many people watching and waiting to see if anything will happen to her. She needs to message me. May 15, 2012 at 8:24 p.m. 3SG4, well. Tila Tequila told the world on her online blogs about the Illuminati, then she had a brain aneurysm. DM, Tila Tequila survived the brain aneurysm because the Illuminati members let her survive. The Illuminati members could have easily given Tila Tequila another brain aneurysm. Easily by applying a constant electrical current to her REM-driven clone, it will cause Tila Tequila to have a brain aneurysm in her original, real, body because consciousness is linked. Petkova and Erson 2008, Erson 2013. May 15, 2012 at 10:10 p.m. 3SG4, they the Illuminati only need the right chemical catalyst and then it is easy to kill without looking suspicious or avoid the possibility of finding foul play. DM, no, the Illuminati do not do that if they want to avoid suspicions. The Illuminati members simply turn on a different kind of clone, Mark III or Mark IV clone, which operates on dual consciousness at the cloning center and harm that clone while a person is awake and walking around in real life, and because consciousness is linked, harming the clones which operate on dual consciousness will affect a person in real life when a person is awake and walking around in their original, real, body. Furthermore, the Illuminati members, some doctors are Illuminati members, also put microchip implants into original, real, people, when people are in hospital and under anesthesia. The Illuminati members have many methods. Undetectable methods. Which they can use to kill any person of their choice. Ask Tila Tequila for proof. Laughter star. Tila Tequila does not know where the cloning center is either, although she has attended the cloning center as a REM-driven clone version of herself since childhood and remembers her REM-driven clone experiences. May 15, 2012 at 10:24 p.m. May 16, 2012 Images of Apocalyptic Earth and further pleas for Donald Marshall to Sugar, Code Events DM. Last night when I went to sleep and the Illuminati activated me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, which happens through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep, and when I have reached REM sleep in my original body, I did not get hurt as a REM-driven clone version of myself. The Illuminati REM-driven clones just talked me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center and showed me videos at the cloning center of apocalyptic Earth and many such similar things. The Illuminati REM-driven clones told me to go along with their plan when the time comes. 3SG1, apocalyptic, hey? Well, do these people even know what the word apocalypse even means? It means the revealing of a secret, so they plan on revealing themselves? Just a thought. DM, the Illuminati REM-driven clones did not do anything to me last night, when they activated me as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. However, as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, the Illuminati REM-driven clones asked me to sugar-coat everything I have disclosed, again, and kept talking blah, blah, and blah. The Illuminati REM-driven clones also told me when I was activated as a REM-driven clone that I was going to mess up the established order of the world. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I responded, nah. The world just has to replace some world leaders, shut down a few monarchies, shut down the British monarchy most importantly, and have the cloning centers shut down. The world will recover after this. The Illuminati REM-driven clones did not touch me when I said this as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. Instead, they replied by stating I did not know what I was doing. Sugar-coat and omit details or you will die. As a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, I responded to their comment by laughing and saying I will do whatever I must to get myself free from these cloning centers and REM-driven experiences. At this point the Illuminati members deactivated my REM-driven clone, which can be done at a push of a button, without another word said by the Illuminati members. You all made that possible. In the past the Illuminati REM-driven clones would have tortured me on a rack as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center for all the other REM-driven clones and real people trapped in the cloning center to see. The Illuminati REM-driven clones do not do this now. Thanks to you. It is not over yet though. There is much more to tell. May 19, 2012 at 6:19 p.m. May 17, 2012 The disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is going well. DM, the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is going well. Once I have Wi-Fi internet connection at home, I will tell everyone many details to do with REM-driven cloning. Such as why Chris Brown beat up Rihanna, in real life, and bit Rihanna at the time. The incident has to do with REM-driven cloning. I will not fold like Tila Tequila. I will not leave details out either like Tila Tequila does. I will tell you about Chris Brown and Rihanna tomorrow. I have to go home soon. May 17, 2012 at 10:15 p.m. May 18, 2012 Chris Brown's and Rihanna's fist fight explained. REM-driven cloning caused their fist fight. DM, okay. The reason Chris Brown and Rihanna had a fist fight publicly has to do with REM-driven cloning. One evening when I was activated as a REM-driven clone, which happens through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone when I enter REM sleep, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep, I opened my REM-driven clone eyes at the cloning center, and I was sitting in the stands this time, and I was not in the center of the dirt arena like I usually am as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. As a REM-driven clone version of himself at the cloning center, Chris Brown was chained to the same black wooden cross I have been chained to as a REM-driven clone of myself many times. Many celebrities were sitting in the stands as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, watching the spectacle. And it turns out Rihanna and Chris Brown thought it would be sexy cool to torture Chris Brown as a REM-driven clone of himself just a little bit. Phil Reese is a commissioner, doorman in uniform, for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, C.S.I.S., in real life, and Phil Reese has tortured me as a REM-driven clone of myself at the cloning center many times. However, This time, Phil Reese as a REM-driven clone version of himself was sitting next to me in the stands of the arena, and he told me, as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, what was happening between Chris Brown and Rihanna as REM-driven clone versions of themselves. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Rihanna advanced towards Chris Brown, also a REM-driven clone version of himself, with a knife, and as REM-driven clones, Rihanna gave Chris Brown a shallow stab to the shoulder. As a REM-driven clone of himself, Chris Brown screeched and looked around the cloning center, embarrassed from his screeching sound which came out of his mouth. Then as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, Rihanna stabbed Chris Brown again, and as a REM-driven clone version of himself, Chris Brown screeched in a higher pitch, this time because the stab was deeper. After the second stab to Chris Brown's REM-driven clone body, Chris Brown said to Rihanna as REM-driven clones, "Okay, B*************H, that's enough. It hurts too bad." However, Rihanna as a REM-driven clone of herself had a trance-like look on her face, as if someone was using MK Ultra mind control technology on her REM-driven clone, and Rihanna said to Chris Brown, as REM-driven clones, "Don't worry baby, it's just clone pain," and with a fixed gaze, as a REM-driven clone of herself, Rihanna continued to stab Chris Brown as a REM-driven clone version of himself. Wounded and hurt, as a REM-driven clone version of himself, Chris Brown kept screaming in a high-pitch frequency like a woman. Then Rihanna began to shake as a REM-driven clone version of herself, but stated once more, "It's just clone pain baby," and with a worried look on her face, and shaking as a REM-driven clone, Rihanna run the knife down Chris Brown's REM-driven clone body, from Chris Brown's chest to his abdomen on Chris Brown's REM-driven clone body. This time Chris Brown as a REM-driven clone version of himself couldn't talk because Chris Brown as a REM-driven clone of himself was in too much pain. Someone in the crowd as a REM-driven clone version of themselves shouted "Ree," and as a REM-driven clone of herself, Rihanna snapped out of her trance, but once again she said, "But it's just clone pain." And as a REM-driven clone of himself, Chris Brown was crying and said, "I'll show you some pain, B********H. Then Chris Brown, as a REM-driven clone of himself, was helped off the black wooden cross which he was chained to. Furthermore, as a REM-driven clone of himself, Chris Brown was supported, as walked off into the concourse. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I laughed when I saw this happen to Chris Brown as a REM-driven clone of himself, and I started mocking and making fun of the situation by saying, "Oh, you think it is funny, sexy, cool? Getting tortured as a REM-driven clone? None of you can withstand that stuff, REM-driven clone torture. That was dumb." I ended up getting smashed and tortured as a REM-driven clone of myself that night, which was the norm, anyway. Moreover, when Rihanna and Chris Brown went to court, look at what Rihanna quoted Chris Brown as saying just before they started fighting, and it is documented. Chris Brown said exactly, "You just did the stupidest ever. Now I'm really going to kill you." See the smoking gun, 2009, in the reference section. The court document is provided on this website, which can be found top left on the website under Chris Brown's and Rihanna's image, or at the end of the article on the website View Source Document. Chris Brown's quote can be found on page 5 by clicking Next, located at the top right hand corner of the search warrant and affidavit. When Chris Brown and Rihanna started fighting publicly, Chris Brown was losing the fight to Rihanna and he had to resort to biting Rihanna. Look up what Chris Brown said to Rihanna just before they fought publicly, the smoking gun 2009. After that incident, Chris Brown and Rihanna have never done any sexy torture to each other as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center. May 21, 2012. Gabriela Rico Jimenez's REM-driven clone experience explained by Donald Marshall. 3SG1 posted the following video about Gabriela Rico Jimenez, a woman from Mexico who had a REM-driven clone experience and witnessed horrors as a REM-driven clone and was allowed to retain her memories of such horrors. Q69573 2012. 3SG2, yes, what she is saying is the truth. Listen to her. DM, the Illuminati REM-driven clones actually played the video clip above on the big screen at the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself there. The Illuminati REM-driven clones then showed me a video of when they had Gabriela Rico Jimenez activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself, against her wishes, at a different cloning center, which I have never been activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself there. The horrors Gabriela Rico Jimenez describes did not happen to her in real life. In her original body, the horrors she describes happened after she went to sleep and entered REM sleep, and was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself. The only thing which may have happened to her in real life and in her original body is that such an experience may have scared 2 years or slightly more of her heart lifespan. However, the horrors she describes did not happen in her original body, in her waking life. The victim of REM-driven cloning technology, Gabriela Rico Jimenez, also did not mention in the video that as a REM-driven clone version of herself, she tried to befriend other REM-driven clones which she presumed to be her kidnappers. Most people who do not know about the science and technology of REM-driven cloning, tend to assume they have been kidnapped, in their original bodies, because the process which usually happens is that a person goes to sleep, then 90 to 110 minutes later after first falling asleep they enter REM sleep, which gives the Illuminati the perfect opportunity to activate any person they have grown a duplicate clone of, unwillingly as a REM-driven clone version of themselves. If the Illuminati do allow a person to retain the memories of their REM-driven cloning experience, that person will remember and retain the entire situation clear as daylight, and it will seem very real to them, although they are actually a REM-driven clone version of themselves and their original body is still asleep at the location which the person fell asleep. Accordingly, when Gabriela Rico Jimenez was activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself, she assumed she was in her original body and had been kidnapped, so she tried to befriend the other REM-driven clones, assuming they were her kidnappers, and she had REM-driven clone sex with a few of the other REM-driven clones she thought had kidnapped her, in order to try to make herself less of a possibility of a murder victim because she thought she was in her original body and that she may really die if she does not comply to the wishes of the cloners. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Gabriela Rico Jimenez, also flattered the other REM-driven clones she supposed were her kidnappers by complimenting them on their good looks. Many people compliment the cloners on their good looks, as a tactic to help save themselves from any unwanted trouble when they are unwillingly activated as REM-driven clones at cloning stations. These victims, unwillingly activated as REM-driven clones at cloning centers, do not even know they are REM-driven clone versions of themselves. They believe somehow they have been kidnapped, because they cannot comprehend how they ended up in a different location all of a sudden, far from the location they remember going to sleep. The cloners love it, when they activate a person as a REM-driven clone version, and that person believes they have been kidnapped. Furthermore, a police officer who was also a REM-driven clone version of themselves at a cloning center which I have never visited as a REM-driven clone, shot a REM-driven clone version of a friend of Gabriela Rico Jimenez's. Blam. And Gabriela Rico Jimenez's friend was shot as a REM-driven clone version right through the head in front of a REM-driven clone version of Gabriela Rico Jimenez. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Gabriela Rico Jimenez freaked out, panicked and became emotionally unstable. And she tried to save herself from experiencing the same fate, because she believed she was in her original body, and had been kidnapped and would suffer the same or a similar outcome. Her tormentors, as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, humiliated Gabriela Rico Jimenez as a REM-driven clone version of herself before an on-looking crowd of REM-driven clones and like-minded scumbags. After Gabriela Rico Jimenez woke up in bed after sleeping, she thought the kidnappers had put her back in bed somehow, and she was not killed. However, she was asleep in her bed in her original body all throughout the experience, and the horrors she witnessed and had to participate in happened to her as a REM-driven clone version of herself. This is exactly what happened, and happens to many people on a daily basis for the amusement of the Illuminati, against the public. However, although Gabriela Rico Jimenez's experiences are real, in the sense that they happened to her as a REM-driven clone version of herself, and not in her original body, Gabriela Rico Jimenez just does not know what a REM-driven duplicate clone is, or that she was a REM-driven clone. The Illuminati do these types of scenarios regularly, and mostly to good people. The Illuminati believe getting good people and putting them through humiliating scenarios and having them beg, scream, and display a wide array of emotions when they are activated as REM-driven clone versions of themselves unwillingly is more fun to do. The Illuminati could activate you unwillingly as a REM-driven clone version of yourself and put you through humiliating situations such as Gabriela Rico Jimenez experienced. The Illuminati can do it to anyone. Seriously. DM, you better help me put a stop to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and expose the Illuminati fully, by sharing and spreading the information regarding these disclosures, because, once I'm dead, good luck with ending the Illuminati or finding another insider who knows about REM-driven human cloning and more, who will step up and expose them *smiling*. May 21, 2012 at 11:30 p.m. 3SG3, but why is she Gabriela Rico Jimenez saying that her tormentors killed Queen Elizabeth II? 3SG1, I think she meant her tormentors killed Princess Diana. 3SG2, yet I think so too. Princess Diana. 3SG3, she said both of them. 3SG2, Donnie must have the answer. DM, Gabriela Rico Jimenez's tormentors shot other REM-driven clones in the head. Because as REM-driven clone versions of themselves, Gabriela Rico Jimenez's tormentors loved the fearful reactions Gabriela Rico Jimenez was displaying as a REM-driven clone version of herself. Moreover, Gabriela Rico Jimenez's tormentors wanted to scare her as a REM-driven clone into getting gangbanged, a series of acts of often forcible sexual intercourse engaged in by several persons successively with one passive partner willingly. They wanted her consent in an attempt to save her life. Gabriela Rico Jimenez thought she was in her original body and believed the situation and the people around her to be real, and in their original bodies, because the experience of REM-driven cloning feels very real, and is as clear as daylight, and not fuzzy and incoherent like dreams are. The police officer Gabriela Rico Jimenez mentions as a culprit who shot her friend, did shoot Gabriela Rico Jimenez's friend. As a REM-driven clone version of himself, the police officer shot a REM-driven clone of Gabriela Rico Jimenez's friend, as well as a few other REM-driven clones were also shot through the head, when they were activated as REM-driven clone versions. Gabriela Rico Jimenez was watching other REM-driven clones being shot in the head. And she believed that the experience was happening to real people in their original bodies and not to REM-driven clones. Gabriela Rico Jimenez also believed she was a real person in her original body experiencing the horrors she describes in her waking life. These Illuminati people who willingly attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clone versions and are loyal to the Crown British monarchy, like confronting the people they have tormented as REM-driven clone versions who are allowed to retain their memories of REM-driven cloning like it is depicted in the video referenced above, it makes them feel powerful. Do you see how the police officer has his arms crossed and smiling? He is gloating about how Gabriela Rico Jimenez was tormented as a REM-driven clone. These are minor things the Illuminati do to random members of the public when the Illuminati activates random people as REM-driven clone versions after they have gone to sleep and entered REM sleep. May 22, 2012 at 10:21 p.m. May 23, 2012 Donald Marshall is unharmed by the Illuminati clones and told to sugar-coat his disclosures. DM, okay. Last night I was not activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center when I went to sleep. However, 3 nights previous to the 22nd of May 2012, May 19, 2012, I was activated as a REM-driven clone, through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven duplicate clone, located at the cloning center in Western Canada, when I entered REM sleep in my original body. I was not tortured as a REM-driven clone version of myself, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself by the Illuminati. The Illuminati REM-driven clones did not even harm me as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center. Queen Elizabeth II, as a REM-driven clone version of herself, at the cloning center was talking as usual. Each night, Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone was asking me, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, to sugar-coat events which occur at the cloning center between REM-driven clones and that I should leave plenty of details left unsaid. Furthermore, as a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II asked that I say that I was first activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself, at the cloning center, when I was age 17 and not age 5, as a REM-driven clone version of herself. Queen Elizabeth II also asked me to say that there have never been any children activated as a REM-driven clone versions while they sleep in their original bodies at home in bed, ever, and there has never been any molesting, raping, or torturing of random civilians as REM-driven clone versions of children or others while they slept in their original bodies and were unsuspectingly activated as REM-driven clone versions at the cloning center by the Illuminati. Moreover, Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself, at the cloning center, insisted that I should say the Illuminati only ever scared me into making songs, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, unwillingly activated at the cloning center, and I wasn't forced to sword fight from age 5, as a REM-driven clone whenever I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone by the Illuminati, but rather, I volunteered to sword fight REM-driven clone versions of expert swordsman all my life, whenever I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself by the Illuminati at the cloning center, As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II also demanded I tell the public, regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, that only a handful of celebrities are activated as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning centers. Political figureheads do attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clone versions of themselves whenever they go to sleep through the process of consciousness transfer, however. I should tell the public that political figureheads who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clone versions of themselves are pleasant people to be around as REM-driven clone versions at the cloning center, laughter DM, anyway, after Queen Elizabeth II was done talking as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, I told a REM-driven clone version of Queen Elizabeth II no. I'll just tell the truth. And in response to my statement, Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone replied, but you may end the world with this your full exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. As a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center, I replied to Queen Elizabeth II's comment as a REM-driven clone version of herself as follows: no. The world will not end because of the full exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. What will most likely happen is that the world will decide to replace the corrupt politicians who have been involved in this REM-driven human cloning subculture. The world will decide to take your crown from you and shut down the cloning centers worldwide and ban the science of human cloning and REM-driven human cloning. The world will survive without people like you, Queen Elizabeth II, and people like Vladimir Putin. In reply to my comment, a REM-driven clone of Queen Elizabeth II said, but Dawn, they the populace will kill us, the prime evils involved in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I countered Queen Elizabeth II's comment as a REM-driven clone version of herself by stating, no. The populace will not kill you. The populace will most likely imprison some Illuminati members involved in the REM-driven human cloning subculture. I'm out of here, the cloning center's Lilibet Elizabeth, and I am not going to lie for you in terms of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. After this dialogue exchange between Queen Elizabeth II and I, as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves, a REM-driven clone of someone sitting in the stands at the cloning center yelled, "You should have left him alone a long time ago." After the above was yelled, a second person, who was also a REM-driven clone, and who was sitting at the opposite side of the arena to the person who yelled the above, vomited in the stands, and then a few REM-driven clone versions of original people started crying. At this point, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, I turned to a REM-driven clone of Queen Elizabeth II and said, "What are you going to do to me, your mackerel? I mean your majesty? Laughter. Are you going to hurt me? As a REM-driven clone version of myself, or are you going to kill me now in my original body, because I refuse to lie for you, and I will not sugar-coat your REM-driven human cloning subculture?" A REM-driven clone of Queen Elizabeth II replied to my question by saying, "If I were to die by heart attack or aneurysm because of torture exerted on me as a REM-driven clone version, which affects me in my original body because consciousness is linked, or if I was shot in my original body or died by another cause or something, people will spread the letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012a, faster." Moreover, approximately 50% of the people who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven clone version of themselves, believe in this prophecy, Nostradamus prophecy, that I am supposed to be in. In actuality, I am supposed to be in two prophecies. Both prophecies mention that if I die the world will end, and supposedly, because of these prophecies, the Illuminati does not want to risk the chance of killing me, in case the world does actually end. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself kept making these pleas to me when she activated me unwillingly as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center for 3 nights in a row, when I went to sleep and entered REM sleep in my original body. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II was saying the same things over and over to me when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone version for 3 nights in a row. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II was trying to bribe me in keeping quiet about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture with anything I ever wanted. Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself never harmed or tortured me once as a REM-driven clone version of myself, as she begged and pleaded with me. However, as a REM-driven clone, Queen Elizabeth II actually came close to hugging a REM-driven clone version of me during her plea bargain *laughter*. As a REM-driven clone version of myself unwillingly activated at the cloning center through the process of consciousness transfer to my REM-driven clone duplicate, I jumped away from Queen Elizabeth II as she tried to hug me, as REM-driven clone versions, and I told a REM-driven clone version of Queen Elizabeth II, "Don't be absurd." As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Queen Elizabeth II has used a tactic where she has been nice and pleaded with me as REM-driven clone versions, only to come close, hug me and use a concealed knife to literally stab me in the back. The Illuminati as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center say that they are done now. It is over. They cannot stop the world learning about their REM-driven human cloning subculture because the information regarding their REM-driven human cloning subculture has spread too far, and every day more and more people learn about how the Illuminati really communicate, which is via REM-driven cloning technology, and everything else the Illuminati does as REM-driven clone versions. The Illuminati members await the angry populace demanding answers. As REM-driven clone versions of themselves, the Illuminati members have said to me when I was activated as a REM-driven clone, that when they are faced with the angry populace demanding answers about their REM-driven human cloning subculture, and all the evil which they have done as REM-driven clone versions, they will ask for mercy, and beg for forgiveness. Former Prime Minister Stephen Harper is very afraid of how the populace are going to react towards him. Because Stephen Harper knows the exact location of the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada. Furthermore, Stephen Harper has been responsible for allowing Canadian children to be grown as cloned versions of original children and activated as REM-driven cloned versions whenever these children enter REM sleep, and have their consciousnesses transferred to their REM-driven cloned versions, to be molested, raped and victimized by rich perverts and royalty for their amusements. Former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper is responsible for allowing Canadian children to be cloned, and molested as REM-driven cloned versions, and as a consequence Stephen Harper believes he is as good as dead. Once the Canadian populace learns about what Stephen Harper allowed to happen to their children, nightly, as Canadian children slept at home in their beds. Stephen Harper wants to flee the country now. The Illuminati members have said as REM-driven clone versions at the cloning center that they are now waiting to reach the end of this very difficult situation which they face, without too much harm or damage suffered on their part. Anonymous, We Are Legion, now knows about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. And the Illuminati fears Anonymous, We Are Legion. DM, revolutions are always won by the public. Keep up the good work, my friends, and keep sharing the information regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. The Illuminati are almost done now. I will also have Wi-Fi internet connection today, and I will make longer, more informative videos, and divulge more information about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, and the Illuminati's human cloning centers. Phase 2 regarding disclosing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is just around the corner. The disclosure regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture could reach a point where a vast majority of the public becomes aware of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, much quicker, if Tila Tequila would speak, because Tila Tequila has a much larger and wider audience than I do. Therefore, if Tila Tequila becomes braver and gives her accounts of times she has been activated as a REM-driven clone version of herself, at the cloning center, the information about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture will be corroborated, and the information regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture will also reach a larger percent of the public because Tila Tequila has a larger and wider audience, and we would be closer to ending the Illuminati and having the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture fully and publicly exposed, and worldly known. 3SG1, revolutions are always won by the public? DM, yes, revolutions were always won by the public. And this is the biggest revolution ever. May 23, 2012 at 9:19 a.m. 3SG2, I'm sure Tila Tequila will talk, and this will be over soon. Tila Tequila is also exposing the Illuminati with her truth blog. DM, laughter U3SG2, love Tila Tequila. Tila Tequila is with the Illuminati, if you recall. Her truth blog is deception, hype, and nonsense. Tila Tequila is a misinformation agent. Tila Tequila works for the Illuminati. The Illuminati are the ones who gave her own reality television show A Shot at Love with Tila Tequila, IMDb 2007. The Illuminati also pays Tila Tequila's earnings. You shouldn't even talk to her 3SG2. Tila Tequila is one scummy, grey alien-looking little gremlin. I hate her badly. I've also met Tila Tequila as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves activated at the cloning center several times. May 23, 2012 at 10:24 a.m. 3SG3, oh, my goodness. So, what you are saying is that Tila Tequila is a plant A spy who secretly performs in criminal activities in order to inform for the criminals or against the criminals. Tila Tequila seems so convincing in her revelations. I am really disappointed in her. This is very worrying. Are you 100% legitimate, Donnie? DM, my soul is good. And my intentions are good regarding the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. I refused to join the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and I risked my life by informing the world about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. I am pretty sure God likes me. Even the Illuminati say they are done now, and it is only a matter of time until they are fully exposed publicly and completely destroyed. Anonymous, We Are Legion, now knows about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. The Illuminati's worst enemy, the Muslims, now know about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. And slowly the public is discovering and learning about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture with each passing day. In regards to Tila Tequila, yes, she is a misinformation agent who works for the Illuminati and therefore cannot be trusted. I would not say this about her unless I knew with absolute certainty. You see, part of the Illuminati's plan was to have Tila Tequila corroborate my whistle-blowing disclosures regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, and have Tila Tequila inform the world about human cloning and cloning centers too. That is what Tila Tequila was hinting at with her posts in the past week. However, as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, Tila Tequila was told by the Illuminati REM-driven clones to sugar-coat the information she was to divulge regarding human cloning and the cloning centers to the world. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Tila Tequila was informed by the Illuminati REM-driven clones to lie to the world in regards to events which happens at the cloning centers. Tila Tequila then asked me to corroborate her, by retracting statements I have made regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and also lie about the cloning centers with her. I refused. Now Tila Tequila does not want me to make her look like a liar to the world and inform the world about what Tila Tequila has done as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center, as well as what she has done with other REM-driven clone versions of original people at the cloning center. Trust me, Tila Tequila is rotten. If Tila Tequila does not tell the truth about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture as it is, I am going to inform the world in vivid detail about everything she has done as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. I don't think Tila Tequila wants the world to know that. May 23, 2012 at 10:41 a.m. 3SG3, I am sure Tila Tequila does not want you to expose what she has done as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. Tila Tequila would certainly not want you to expose her any further. Be careful, brother. 3SG4, 3SG3, what do you mean by expose her? 3SG3, as in exposing Tila Tequila's truth blog as deception as well as what she has done as a REM-driven clone version of herself at the cloning center. 3SG5, the lamb overcomes the beast. 3SG6, it is wise the Illuminati REM-driven clones did not hurt you, Donald, when they activated you as a REM-driven clone version of yourself 3 nights prior. It is very wise of the Illuminati. However, the Illuminati must still deal with me too now. Me and my allies. I feel this cloning center facility which you speak of is right here where I am in British Columbia, Canada. Show me where the cloning center is, Donald, and I will lead an angry mob to that place. 3SG7, asterisk sarcastic comment, which should not be taken seriously asterisk, the lamb overcomes the beast. Hey. 3SG5, why don't you confess your sins, Come on, we are all waiting. May 24, 2012 Conspiracy theorists Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele betray humanity by joining the Illuminati DM. Listen to this, my next status update is about Bloom and Steele. Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, the talk show host. Conspiracy theorists Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele are among the first people I spoke to on my mission to inform the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. I spoke to Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele many years ago in regards to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and my involvement as a victim in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele responded in astonishment. That is definitely you on the cover of the Megadeth album cover The World Needs a Hero, 2001. Then, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele later said to me via Skype video call that we believe you, Donnie, we are going to help putting a stop to it, the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. However, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele were attending the cloning centers as REM-driven cloned versions of themselves since the very first time I ever had a video Skype call with them. When I first spoke to Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele via Skype video call, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had a substandard television radio show named Shock Talk discussing conspiracy-related topics, and Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele told me via Skype video call that they would help to save me from the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, for certain, and they started to mass mail the open letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, informing the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture on a wide scale. 3 days after our initial Skype interview, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele inform me that they love me, and oh, I am going to make them rich and famous. On the 4th evening, after my initial Skype video call with Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, that evening when I go to sleep and enter REM sleep, I am activated as a REM-driven clone version of myself, at the cloning center, via the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven clone duplicate, and guess which 2 individuals are also there at the cloning center as REM-driven cloned versions of themselves, although the 2 individuals look disgusting and wrinkly, as REM-driven clones. That is correct, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele. DM, as REM-driven cloned alternatives, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele sit in the front row seats of the arena, just behind the hockey boards, and they look afraid. As REM-driven clone versions of themselves, when I, as a REM-driven cloned version of myself, looked over in the direction of Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, as REM-driven cloned alternatives, at the cloning center, one person of the duo yelled at me, "Donnie F***K. And I replied, trying to be reassuring, "No, it takes 5 months to be grown as a REM-driven clone duplicate, from a blood sample." Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele as REM-driven clone alternatives at the cloning center respond in anguish by stating, "No. It has not been 5 months. The Illuminati pulled us out, our REM-driven clone duplicates of the tank, the cloning tubes, early dawn." Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele as REM-driven cloned versions, then started to blame me for their peril, stating it hurts Dawn to be pulled out of the cloning tube early and to have one's consciousness transferred to a REM-driven clone which has not yet fully developed. We G hate you, Dawn. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I apologized to Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, who were deformed REM-driven clones, by saying, "I am sorry, I was told by the Illuminati REM-driven clones that it takes 5 months to grow original people as REM-driven clone duplicates. I forewarned you, told you that." Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had been grown as REM-driven clone duplicates for approximately 2 or 3 months, and I do not know the reason, for their distorted appearances in comparison to their original bodies. However, as REM-driven cloned alternatives of themselves, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele looked haggard, wrinkly, and disgusting. Furthermore, the skin of their REM-driven cloned bodies had hardened a little, as if it were the skin of deceased bodies. Moreover, as REM-driven cloned alternatives, Lenny Bloom's and Jane Steele's REM-driven cloned eyes started to look around the arena of the cloning center, and the 2 said to me as a REM-driven clone version of myself, "We cannot help you, Donnie. Expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. We have seen video clips of you from the cloning center, Donald Marshall, and you really are something. But they, the Illuminati, will torture us as REM-driven cloned versions of ourselves, if we, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, were to help expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. As REM-driven cloned versions of themselves, because Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had their REM-driven duplicate cloned bodies removed from the cloning tubes after approximately 2 to 3 months, and appeared haggard, wrinkly, disgusting and with hardened skin, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele looked scary as REM-driven clone duplicate alternatives, which I had never seen as a REM-driven clone version of myself at the cloning center before. After Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had stated that they could not help me expose the Illuminati, because of the fear of reprisal Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele may face as REM-driven cloned versions, as a wrinkly and disgusting REM-driven cloned version of himself, Lenny Bloom hopped over the hockey boards in the cloning center arena, and shuffled towards a REM-driven clone version of myself, and Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone, started punching me in my REM-driven clone face. DM, Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone alternative, continued to repeatedly punch me in my REM-driven cloned face, while he, Lenny Bloom, said sardonically, while at the same time trying to sound somewhat intelligent, "Does it?" referring to Donald Marshall as an object experience pain stimuli. And Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone version, continued punching me as a REM-driven clone version of myself, as a show-off spectacle in front of the most famous and powerful people in the world, who were all sitting in the arena of the Diddle Dome Cloning Center, as REM-driven cloned versions of themselves. The Illuminati REM-driven clones responded, yes, it hurts badly to experience pain, as a REM-driven cloned alternative, as Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone version of himself continued to punch me as a REM-driven clone duplicate of myself. As a REM-driven clone version of himself, Lenny Bloom only stopped punching me as a REM-driven clone, when Jane Bloom as a REM-driven clone version of herself yelled, "Stop it, Lenny," and this resulted in Lenny Bloom leaving my presence, and shuffling back to sit in his seat, in the front row of the cloning center, as a disgusting and wrinkly REM-driven clone version of himself. While this was happening, Jane Steele as a REM-driven clone, hopped over the hockey boards and came over to me as a REM-driven clone duplicate of myself, and said, "I love Def Leppard, Donnie." Def Leppard is an English rock band, Def Leppard 2016, as Jane Bloom as a REM-driven version of herself looked at a REM-driven clone version of me in lascivious lustful fascination. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Jane Steele then turns to a REM-driven clone version of Queen Elizabeth II, and not a REM-driven clone version of me, and says, "Can I, Jane Steele, have REM-driven clone sex with him, Donald Marshall?" Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself, responded curtly and bluntly in her croaky voice, "Slave doesn't get asked." We can infer from the above that, Queen Elizabeth II as a REM-driven clone version of herself implies here that Donald Marshall is a victim, and he is treated as a REM-driven clone slave, whenever Donald Marshall is activated as a REM-driven clone, at the savagery of the Illuminati. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I laughed at a REM-driven clone version of Jane Steele when she asked if she could have REM-driven clone sex with me, and my laughter towards Jane Steele as REM-driven clones resulted in Jane Steele impishly and disappointingly blurting, "It is because I am old, isn't it, the reason why you, Donald Marshall, will not have REM-driven clone sex with me, Jane Steele?" And as a REM-driven clone, I responded to a REM-driven clone version of Jane Steele by stating, "No, the reason I will not have sex with you, as REM-driven clones, is not because you are old. Have you looked in the mirror lately?" In reference to Jane Steele's wrinkly, haggard, and disgusting appearance as a REM-driven clone version of herself, "And I do not know you, Jane Steele, anyway." My refusal to have sex with Jane Steele as REM-driven clone versions did not matter to Jane Steele, as she dug her nails into my REM-driven clone's face. As a REM-driven clone version of herself, Jane Steele's nails were brittle, and as she dug her nails into my REM-driven clone's face, Jane Steele's nails on her REM-driven clone body broke off under my REM-driven clone face, and I grunted as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center. DM, Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone version of himself then proceed to speak in my direction so that I could hear him. "I want to thank you, Don. I have been looking for these people, the Illuminati, my entire life." And with such a comment, as a REM-driven clone version of myself, I shook my head in disgust. Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone then continued to exclaim, "Don, they, the Illuminati, are going to further my career, leaps and bounds," they, the Illuminati, said, and I responded to Lenny Bloom, as I was registering the sounds of his idiotic and naive comments, by stating, "Agreeing to be complicit with the Illuminati, it is like selling your soul," for which Lenny Bloom as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center replied, "I don't believe in God." After Lenny Bloom's comments as a REM-driven clone version of himself, it was Jane Steele's turn to express how apologetic she was to betray me and join forces with the Illuminati. "I'm sorry, Donnie, I'm sorry, Donnie," she squealed. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, I responded to Jane Steele's empty apologies as a REM-driven clone version of herself by stating, "You will be sorry," and everyone, including the Illuminati REM-driven clones, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, as well as the crowd of onlooking REM-driven clones sitting in the arena, laughed. Jane Bloom as a REM-driven clone then proceeded to comfort me as a REM-driven clone version, with empty words, by saying, "Donnie, I wish nothing but the best for you." Now guess how I, as a REM-driven clone, responded to the above comment from Jane Steele as a REM-driven clone version of herself, keeping in mind that I was especially sad by her and Lenny Bloom's betrayal and their decisions to side with the Illuminati. This is exactly how I responded as a REM-driven clone version of myself when Jane Steele said to me as a REM-driven clone, "Donnie, I wish nothing but the best for you." I was extremely sad and solemn for many minutes on end. But then out of nowhere, I responded to Jane Steele's comment and expressed loudly at the top of my lungs, "Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead." Adele Vivo 2011. Which is a song I sang as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center, after I had been betrayed by Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, in exchange for fame and fortune from the Illuminati. I sang Someone Like You, Adele Vivo 2011, as a REM-driven clone at the cloning center on the fly free-styled, without thinking or preparation, which was later given as a song for Adele to perform at a later date. The fact that I was betrayed by Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, which led to me singing Someone Like You, Adele Vivo 2011, as a reference between Jane Steele and I as REM-driven clone versions of ourselves at the cloning center, is also one of the reasons I called Adele a monkey-faced fat whore on someone's fan post of Adele. I had a rough day, that day. Laughter because the song Someone Like You reminds me of my experience as a REM-driven clone version of myself, and the disloyalty of Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, when they were activated as REM-driven clones at the cloning center. After Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had decided to betray me when they were activated as REM-driven clones at the cloning center, and willingly join the Illuminati, the duo now have, in real life, a luxurious and spacious sound stage. The duo also has big television sponsors which feature on their show, as well as big guests who appear on Bloom and Steele's Shock Talk radio television show, paid for by the Illuminati. Before the duo ever came in contact with me via our Skype call, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele had a small, low-grade conspiracy show, in a small office. After, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele were activated as REM-driven clone copies of themselves, and they betrayed me, in terms of helping me disclose to the world the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and the duo sold me to the devil the Illuminati in exchange for fame and fortune. Now Bloom and Steele's Shock Talk radio television presentation is a big show now, all paid for by the Illuminati. I believe Bloom and Steele even had Michael Moore, the American documentary filmmaker and author, once on their radio television show Shock Talk. Michael Moore is a disinformation agent for the Illuminati. Michael Moore is also an Illuminati member, and Michael Moore continues to deceive the public as if he is an anti-New World Order, NWO, activist. Michael Moore is an incredible traitor to his country and to humanity. Michael Moore attends the cloning center as a REM-driven clone version of himself, whenever he sleeps and enters REM sleep, via the process of consciousness transfer from his original body to his REM-driven clone, and Michael Moore knows the real truth about what really happened on 9/11. Publicly, Michael Moore has lied to his country and to the world, regarding his documentaries on 9/11. Michael Moore deliberately released disinformation about 9/11 in order to placate the grieving masses. Michael Moore is a traitor. He knows the real truth about what really happened on 9/11. As a REM-driven clone version of myself, unwillingly activated as a REM-driven clone at the hands of the Illuminati, I told Michael Moore as a REM-driven clone version of himself that he, Michael Moore, looks like the cartoon character Peter Griffin, IMDb 1999, from the television show Family Guy, IMDb 1999. I always insult the Illuminati and the Illuminati members whenever I can. 3SG1, Donald, can you get the names and details of the organizations which have decided to sponsor the Bloom and Steele radio television talk show? I would very much like to know the names and details of these organizations which are now sponsoring the Bloom and Steele radio television talk show, so that we may show these traitors Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele, as well as the sponsors to mankind and to the world also. Such traitors such as, for example, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele have also betrayed mankind's children. Such traitors such as, For example, Lenny Bloom and Jane Steele betrayed mankind's children in exchange for their selfish, dirty, and disgusting primal sins: greed, money, fame and fortune. Do unto others, is a motto I continually say. These Illuminati people always insult mankind, therefore, insult them the Illuminati back. These low-level scums the Illuminati will have their day when they face trial in this world or another, but whatever happens, eventually these Illuminati people will face trial and justice. 3SG2, Donald, what do you accomplish by hurling insults at the people the Illuminati at Cloning Center? I am just wondering. You want this REM-driven clone torture to end, but you verbally continue to attack them, the Illuminati. This your verbal attacks towards the Illuminati will make it continue getting tortured, as a REM-driven clone. DM, I usually stay calm, but as can be expected, given the gravity of the situation, disclosing to the world all that I have learned firsthand in regards to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and ensuring the populace rises and puts an end to such grave injustices, I am freaking out, losing composure a little bit. Furthermore, I have heart damage as a result of the REM-driven clone torture I have suffered over the years of being tortured as a REM-driven clone version of myself, and when I start to think visually of the original people, or think about the names of the original people, who have tormented me as REM-driven cloned versions of themselves, I begin sweating in my original, real, body. May 24, 2012 at 7:31 p.m. 3SG2, Donald, honestly, sometimes I hear you sounding like a child in a schoolyard, with your comments to them the Illuminati. DM, it's the trauma of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and everything I have been through at the savagery of the Illuminati as a REM-driven clone version of myself, but I will live through the trauma. May 24, 2012 at 7:31 p.m. Contact information: Facebook, https://www.facebook.com/donald.marshall. 148 Press Ctrl plus click, hold Ctrl on your keyboard and left click with your mouse, on each image to your right, to reach each source listed here. My Facebook timeline starts from March 2012. All posts are public and therefore newcomers should start reading from March 2012, in order to fully understand the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and more. You may start reading my Facebook public timeline from May 24, 2012, once you have finished reading each document listed as Volume 1 to Volume 2 in the series. Donald Marshall Proboards, Forum, http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general, board. There is a search function on Proboards, and you can use this function to search for and read all the disclosures I have made regarding REM-driven clones, the people involved and more. I understand that it is human nature to want to know which people have been to the cloning center as REM-driven clones, therefore, use the search function to read about any public figure which I have already covered that you have an inkling about. You can also post anonymously on Proboards, and Celine O'Carroll and other administrators will transfer your question onto Facebook, which I'll answer. Donald Marshall Revolution, http://donaldmarshallrevolution.com/. Donald Marshall Revolution details a brief overview of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. It also gives the viewer the most significant information relating to these disclosures in a small and easily understood style. Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/donaldmarshallofficial/ Follow me on Instagram and help spread the information regarding the Illuminati and their REM-driven human cloning subculture. Twitter, https://twitter.com/themarshalltruth. Follow me on Twitter and help spread the information regarding the Illuminati and their REM-driven human cloning subculture. Email, donny865@hotmail.com. I currently have over 35,000 unread emails in my Hotmail inbox and counting, at the address above. I cannot respond to all of these messages, unfortunately, at this present stage of events. It is better to contact me through Facebook and private message me this way. You can also contact Celine O'Carroll on Facebook, or leave a message with Celine O'Carroll on the forum, Donald Marshall Proboards, and she will forward your message to me. I really appreciate everyone's efforts and well wishes. Interviews. Readers can listen to the radio interviews I have done. Listen for consistency, particularly anything which you do not hear me pronounce clearly for the first time. The best thing to do is to pause the recording at that particular point and replay it. You should also research the statements you do not understand. Sometimes reading helps comprehension a lot faster. One of the main reasons you should pause and replay the recordings is because the truth has been kept hidden for so long that plenty of what I discuss in my interviews are beyond most people's current worldview, so, at some points I may speak too fast for you. My audio/microphone may not be so clear, so you may miss what I say, etc. Others have also commented on the fact that they pretended as if I was someone from the distant future sent back in time. I am not, to give important information to the world about highly advanced technologies, which currently exist, but are hidden and secret, and being used against the populace. Under such a premise, these people rationalized that they would not understand the information which was being presented to them straight away, and they would have to be patient in order to grasp certain concepts, technical speak, and the highly advanced technologies, etc., before they can grasp the seriousness of the information presented. Furthermore, a friend has told me that when he first watched the Vinnie Eastwood interview, Vincent Eastwood 2013, he did not hear me say the word scars. When Vinnie asked, "How do I know I'm the real me?" although he replayed that particular point in the video 8 times. Everything was just beyond his current comprehension, at the time. No matter how many times he replayed that part, he really could not hear me say the word scars, so he let that part go, and played the rest of the interview, pausing, and replaying points which he did not understand, especially to comprehend whether I was talking about my original body or my REM-driven clone duplicate body. He also listened to all my interviews for consistency, to note any slip-ups or any parts of my testimonies which do not add up. He would listen to all my interviews, pausing and replaying parts he did not understand, and he would reserve his judgments until he felt everything I was saying was, for example, as ordinary as, "I woke up today, brushed my teeth, and took the dog for a walk." He was also patient to realize the truth. After listening to my interviews, he would just let it sink in. A week later he would come back and listen to the same interviews, to test whether his comprehension on the topics I discuss has improved, and whether he can understand what I am saying without having to pause and repeat at certain points in my interview, and soon enough he could now hear me say scars at that particular point of the Vinnie Eastwood interview. He had reached the point where all topics I discuss sounded to him like I'm saying everyday commonplace stuff that people have heard, such as, "I woke up today, brushed my teeth, and took the dog for a walk." For anyone who may struggle to understand the topics I discuss, I strongly recommend you take the above approach as my friend did. Soon enough, you too will realize the real truth of the world like he has, REM-driven human cloning, kept secret and used for sinister purposes. I cannot say the following is true for everybody, however, an unproductive venture a complete newcomer can do, is to listen to my interviews first time, all the way through, without pausing or replaying parts which he/she does not fully understand. If you do this, and if there is just a single part of my interviews which does not make sense to you, this will interfere with your understanding of the entire interview. Remember, all I am discussing is technology, thousands of years advanced compared to what you currently use, available today, hidden and secret. If things start to get too complex for you, reduce it to its bare minimums: advanced science and technology. I hope that helps. Another thing which I do in my interviews, that friends have picked up on, is, because REM-driven human cloning has been my reality for many years, I don't differentiate between my original body and my REM-driven clone body. I just say, I did this, I did that, and, Queen Elizabeth II, did this and that, therefore it can become very confusing for newcomers. Please bear with me. As I have explained in this document, the experience of REM-driven human cloning is that a person literally goes to sleep in their original body, only to be activated by the Illuminati members as a REM-driven clone, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep, to experience the same earth the person left behind when he/she went to sleep in their original body, clear as daylight. When the person wakes up from sleeping, their REM-driven clone drops limp noodle and a person goes from having an experience on the same earth clear as daylight in a REM-driven clone body, to waking up and experiencing the same world, now in their original body, clear as daylight. The same consciousness inhabits both bodies. Therefore and naturally, because I am experiencing the same world, with a clarity, in a body much similar to mine, a REM-driven clone body, and because I am still me, because it is my consciousness which resides in the REM-driven clone body, and it is the same consciousness when I am experiencing the world in my original body, when I wake up from sleep, and because in each case, my consciousness includes the experiences, knowledge, and memories which makes me in each body, REM-driven clone body or my original body, I naturally do not differentiate between my REM-driven clone version, and my original body, as an outsider discussing this topic and these concepts would. I understand it helps comprehension, and therefore I have painstakingly done this throughout this document. Consequently, please bear with me. Everything becomes easily understood once the reader gets over this hurdle. I hope this helps, and I hope this helps to better understand the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as well as the interviews which I have done. On the following pages you can find information for newcomers which has been written with a checklist to help people with the topic of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, followed by links to my interviews. You can copy and paste the links to your web browser or press Ctrl+click, hold Ctrl on your keyboard and left click with your mouse, on the images below, to direct you to the interviews. Information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. Donald Marshall's interviews have been presented in this document, in an order, for the benefit of the reader who is a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. It is highly recommended that a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture focus solely and attentively on Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, before he or she proceeds to watch/listen to other interviews listed which features Donald Marshall. The reasons the newcomer should focus solely and attentively on Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood before proceeding to watch and listen to other interviews featuring Donald Marshall are because, Vincent Eastwood 2013, in Vincent Eastwood's interview with Donald Marshall, the viewer can see Donald Marshall on video, shot from a medium close-up, frontal, eye-level perspective, UT Dallas, no date, and this allows the viewer to see the facial expressions, as well as some body language gestures of the person being video recorded. Donald Marshall addresses the subject matter of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture topic by topic, and this allows a person who is new to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture the opportunity to focus on one topic at a time, and dedicate objective research time towards one topic, such as REM-driven human cloning, until the person reaches a point where that person can confirm with certainty, through objective research, that there is truth to REM-driven human cloning as detailed by Donald Marshall etc. Donald Marshall is allowed to speak for many minutes at a time uninterrupted, and this allows the viewer the opportunity to get into the flow of the topics being presented, with regards to the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. Moreover, there are two main topics mentioned in Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, in comparison to other interviews featuring Donald Marshall, REM-driven human cloning, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy. Although the soul, stone microchip and Nostradamus prophecy, as well as other prophecies, are main topics in their own right, and relevant to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, the relevance of Nostradamus prophecy and the soul, stone microchip, feature as subtopics in the Vincent Eastwood 2013, interview with Donald Marshall. With the above in mind, remember Donald Marshall is revealing information which has been kept hidden and secret from the public for many decades to many thousands of years. The disclosure of REM-driven human cloning has been kept hidden from the majority of the world for over 70+ years, since 1945. The true nature of the reptilian conspiracy, which is indeed a reality, but takes extensive research, diligence, and patience from the individual who truly wishes to realize the reality of the reptilian conspiracy, whereby the reptilian conspiracy involves a race of subterranean troglodytes known as vril, as presented by Donald Marshall, has been hidden from the majority of the world for thousands of years. Therefore, keep in mind that as a newcomer you should not expect to understand the topic of REM-driven human cloning immediately. Furthermore, the reptilian conspiracy as presented by Donald Marshall, which involves vrils, takes many weeks' worth of independent research before a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture can confirm with certainty that yes, the reptilian conspiracy involving vrils as presented by Donald Marshall is in fact a reality. With the above in mind, individuals should concentrate solely and attentively on the topic of REM-driven human cloning as presented by Donald Marshall in his interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, until the individual reaches a point whereby the individual knows with certainty and can explain the following clearly, concisely, and with confidence: REM-driven human cloning, 32nd degree Freemasonry knowledge. Remote murder of an original person by REM-driven human cloning technology. Give examples of, and describe the events relating to public figures that have died as a result of remote death by REM-driven human cloning technology. Explain the differences between dying as a REM-driven clone and dying as an original person. Memory suppression. Duplication cloning. Replication cloning. The different types of clones, Mark I to Mark IV clones. Mark II REM sleep-driven clones. Consciousness transfer. Understand there are two separate bodies in the narrative of REM-driven human cloning, a person's original body and a REM-driven clone duplicate. Understand high-profile people meet as REM-driven human clone versions, via the process of consciousness transfer from their original bodies to their REM-driven clone duplicates. Understand high-profile people are experiencing life on the same Earth as REM-driven duplicate clone versions when they meet at the cloning centers, and they are not meeting as original people in cloning centers, with their original, real, bodies. Understand REM-driven human cloning experiences takes place at cloning centers. Centers, here on Earth, when people have gone to sleep, and have been activated as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves. Understand as a result of REM-driven human clone activation, the original, real, person's body is asleep while she or he is simultaneously awake and active as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves through the process of consciousness transfer from a person's original body to a REM-driven human clone duplicate. Understand REM-driven human cloning experiences does not take place in the fifth dimension, the astral realm, etc. Understand REM-driven human cloning inhibits a person's ability to have dreams or nightmares. Understand the experience of REM-driven human cloning is clear as daylight, and not similar to that of a dream or nightmare, provided the person having a REM-driven clone experience is not under memory suppression or the influence of drugs. Explain the history of REM-driven human cloning. Be sure to detail how REM-driven cloning started with royalty and politicians, which then led to celebrities becoming involved in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, which further led to random civilians being activated against their will as REM-driven clone versions, and used by the Illuminati for the Illuminati's entertainment. Give examples of movies, songs, literature, etc. which references REM-driven human cloning, and explain what, why, when, how, where, etc. the references to REM-driven human cloning are made, in human culture. Give examples of events, e.g. death, sports, REM-driven clone sex, etc. which happen at the cloning centers with REM-driven human clones of original people. Explain how fake alien abductions are conducted through the use of REM-driven human cloning technology. Explain the outcomes of intermittent REM-driven clone torture, and the outcomes of constant unrelenting REM-driven clone torture, as well as the consequences, symptoms and side effects an original person is likely to experience as a result of intermittent REM-driven clone torture, in comparison to constant unrelenting REM-driven clone torture. Describe the environment of the cloning center in Western Canada as detailed by Donald Marshall. Explain the real implications of selling one's soul with regards to how selling one's soul relates to Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Understand the reasons Donald Marshall was told Illuminati secrets as a REM-driven clone version of himself. The bullet points detailed above are the subtopics in relation to REM-driven human cloning which Donald Marshall speaks about in his interview with Vincent Eastwood. There are 26 bullet points detailed above in relation to REM-driven human cloning mentioned above. As you can see, there are many subtopics one must familiarize themselves with before they can begin to understand the reality of REM-driven human cloning in just Vincent Eastwood's interview with Donald Marshall alone. This is why an individual who is new to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture should spend a considerable amount of time researching the subtopics in relation to REM-driven human cloning presented in Vincent Eastwood's interview alone, because there are many subtopics one must understand clearly and concisely, before an individual who is new to this information can confirm, yes, I understand the topic of REM-driven human cloning with confidence. Nonetheless, once a newcomer has familiarized herself or himself through objective research with the bullet points mentioned above with confidence, whereby the individual can explain, understand, and give examples in relation to the topic of REM-driven human cloning with regards to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, this is when the individual will be able to make the distinction easily between when Donald Marshall is speaking about his original body, and his REM-driven clone duplicate. Furthermore, once a newcomer is capable of grasping the information in relation to REM-driven human cloning, this is also when the individual will easily understand idiomatic, conversational, language used by Donald Marshall, such as "they cloned me in," whereby they refers to the Illuminati, and "being cloned in" refers to having one's consciousness transferred from their original body to their REM-driven clone duplicate, while an original person sleeps, and is consequently activated as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves experiencing life on the same Earth at the cloning center, etc. This is the purpose this document, as well as preceding documents serves. These documents allow individuals who are new to the topic of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture the opportunity to research Donald Marshall's statements objectively and reach a point whereby newcomers can realize the validity in Donald Marshall's statements at a faster rate. These documents afford individuals the opportunity to watch Donald Marshall's interviews at their own pace, and at certain points whereby individuals cannot understand the exact implications of the information detailed by Donald Marshall, the newcomer can review this document, as well as preceding documents, and have their queries answered extensively. This is also why a references section is provided. Most of the research in relation to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture has been compiled, allowing the newcomer the opportunity to easily find sources which corroborates Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Given all the reasons mentioned above, this is why it is recommended that the newcomer starts off by watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, because if the newcomer can focus on just one interview, and focus on just one topic, REM-driven human cloning, and reach a point where that individual can realize truth in the topics mentioned, as presented by Donald Marshall, then this alone will give the individual the momentum to research the corresponding topics and further investigate other topics such as the reptilian conspiracy, etc. To a point where the individual realizes the truth to other topics such as the reptilian conspiracy involving Vrills, as presented by Donald Marshall. Furthermore, by focusing on one interview and one main topic at a time, is a method recommended to the newcomer as a technique to lessen the overwhelming feeling and cognitive dissonances one experiences when she or he is first presented with the information pertaining to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Remember, as a newcomer to this information, Just concentrate on understanding the topic of REM-driven human cloning, and once you are comfortable and understand the information as presented in Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, you can then move on to watch the other interviews featuring Donald Marshall in the order presented in this document, although, of course, you are welcome to watch the interviews in whichever order preferred. After becoming familiar with the topic of REM-driven human cloning, you can then move on to investigate the reptilian conspiracy, as well as other topics as presented by Donald Marshall once you are sure you understand each main topic clearly, concisely, and with confidence. Without further introduction, the links to interviews featuring Donald Marshall are presented below. Links to Donald Marshall interviews. The links to Donald Marshall's interviews are presented here. Copy and paste the links below to your web browser to be guided to Donald Marshall's interviews, or press Ctrl plus click on each image presented below, or simply click each image below, depending on your device, in order to be directed to each corresponding interview. Vincent Eastwood, February 26, 2013, Vincent Eastwood 2013, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = m_1 running time, 73 minutes, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 26 seconds, Lisa Phillips, CFR, April 11, 2013, Astral 7 IGHT2014B, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = BCD85L1YYIW. Running time, 119 minutes, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Ginny Sparcelo, March 8, 2013, Astral 7 IGHT2013B, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = 4TFUNHT19S. Running time, 73 minutes, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 02 seconds. Green Egg Radio Show, March 21, 2013, Astral 7 IGHT2013A, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = 1Z Melwin 2GW. Running time, 46 minutes, 46 minutes, 11 seconds. Greg Carlwood, THC, February 26, 2016, Vulgaropoulos 2016, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = Dolsks 5CJ2TM. Running time, 134 minutes, 2 hours, 14 minutes, 22 seconds, Paranormal Central registered trademark, March 6, 2016, Paranormal Central 2016A. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = Catched 4 Mic. Running time, 130 minutes, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 02 seconds, Paranormal Central registered trademark, May 29, 2016, Paranormal Central 2016B. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = YQ5XFT. Running time, 79 minutes, 1 hour, 19 minutes, 17 seconds. Donald Marshall is the first of 3 guests to appear on the show. Donald Marshall's interview ends at the 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 17 seconds mark of the video playback. Brett Wayne Patchmeyer and Cole Johnson, March 21, 2014, Astral 7 IGHT2014A, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V = X4GVNR9YQ3M. Running time, 54 minutes, 54 minutes, 09 seconds. Donald Marshall's first interview, May 10, 2012, Astral 7 IGHT 2015, link, https:// www.youtube.com/watch v equals zh2u9x1e_ to running time 46 minutes 46 minutes 40 seconds. Radio presenters contact Donald Marshall. Any radio presenters who sincerely want to contact Donald Marshall for radio interviews on their show is welcome to do this. Please contact Donald Marshall through Proboards by leaving a message for Donald Marshall to contact you. Professionals who understand consciousness transfer contact Donald Marshall. Neuroscientists, engineers, or professionals who understand how consciousness transfer works, and can provide Donald Marshall with a detailed methodology of how to block the consciousness transfer to Donald Marshall's REM-driven clone, please leave a message for Donald Marshall on Proboards, and this will be greatly appreciated. Other sources corroborating Donald Marshall, press Ctrl plus click on the images below to be directed to each source. Astral 7 IGHT blogspot http://astral7ight.blogspot.co.uk/ Astral 7 IGHT has compiled Donald Marshall's disclosures regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture extensively. Astral 7 IGHT also details his experiences as a victim of REM-driven human cloning, and as a consequence, Astral 7 IGHT corroborates Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture as humanity's current reality. Donald Marshall Books, https://drive.google.com/drive/folders/0b6 unscrun 8 seeknragi 1 vek2nm8 Resource-key equals 0, W8K5 Zijmkospijks 5 PWTW. The compilation guide to Donald Marshall's information, presented as short documents. Read, print, download and share. DonaldMarshall.com http://donaldmarshall.x10host.com/home.html Marshall.com is a website dedicated to Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This website is managed on behalf of Donald Marshall with the aim of informing the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as well as to notify the public about the current state of the world in which we live in. Donald Marshall Conspiratorium Room, music videos, links, and news, https://www.facebook.com/groups/conspiratorium/ a place to learn, to privately post videos, links, and news related to the entertainment industry, cloning centers, Donald Marshall, and the Illuminati. Request to join. Donald Marshall Public Figure Facebook page, https://www.facebook.com/donald.mutar.marshall. Donald Marshall's public figure page is run on his behalf, where posts from Donald Marshall's Facebook account are transferred to this page, to allow all to post, comment, read, and share Donald Marshall's information. Rogue 1. https://www.facebook.com/rogue1dm/a Facebook group to learn more about vril parasites, microchip body snatching, human cloning, especially REM phase human cloning, which must be known and stopped. The Reference Palace, https://www.facebook.com/The Reference Palace, a palace, where references relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and Donald Marshall's disclosures, are collected, catalogued, and collated for Donald Marshall. Hoys Donald Marshall Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/hoysdonaldmarshall/ This Instagram account is run on behalf of Donald Marshall, where posts from Donald Marshall's Facebook account are transferred to Instagram in order to reach a wider audience and allow many more to comment, read, and share Donald Marshall's information. Petition Stop Human Cloning, Change.org 2016, https://www.change.org/p/stop, human, cloning, by, Charis, Franklin. Sign this petition to help raise further awareness against the clandestine practice of human cloning, and REM-driven human cloning. With your signature you will be helping to save many victims as a result of your stance against the covered practice of human cloning, and REM-driven human cloning. By signing this petition, you will also be voicing that you are against the kidnapping, rape, torture, molestation and sex slavery of innocent children by a clandestine group of individuals who refer to themselves as the Illuminati, and with your signature you will raise further awareness for others to take a similar stance. End human cloning. REM-driven human cloning. The petition site 2016, http://www.thepttonsite.com/n, GB/952/622/178/end, human, cloning. REM-driven, human, cloning. Find Donald Marshall and learn more about human cloning and REM-driven human cloning. On the petition website, you will be met with the first image above to your right. On this page, click anywhere on the image and you will be presented with Mr. Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, the second image displayed below here. Watch Mr. Donald Marshall's interview, if you haven't already done so, which discusses the widespread nature of REM-driven human cloning, and how such highly advanced technologies are used against the populace unsuspectingly. You can sign this petition anonymously, as well as leave comments anonymously. Share, tweet and email this petition to others, in order to raise further public awareness about a clandestine current practice which affects all our livelihoods, the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Appendices Appendix A. Steps you can take to help expose the Illuminati. Useful guidelines for understanding this disclosure. 1. Know the information. We are dealing with very complex topics involving advanced science and technology which is hidden from the majority of the world, underground, and in deep underground military bases. Without building a foundation and a thorough understanding with regards to the topics relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, you will not be able to help or understand what you are fully helping with, so far as this cause is concerned, if you do not have a thorough understanding of the main topics in relation to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This is why, as a first step, it is fundamental to know and understand the information. Moreover, your mind will need the time to adjust to the gravity of the situation humanity faces, which is counter to the conditioning, brainwashing, and drip-feed disclosure information currently distributed publicly on a daily basis. Listen to Donald Marshall's opening letter about the Illuminati. Listen to Donald Marshall's letter on YouTube, Astral 7 IGHT 2014C, or read Donald Marshall's original and open letter to the public, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, if you have not done this. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=td1gc2dv4xi, Astral 7 IGHT 2014C, running time, 23 minutes, 21 seconds. Watch George Green's interview. Watch George Green's interview and listen to George Green mention when governments first started to clone human beings. George Green interview, part 1 of 2. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=6 Ruia 618, Project Camelot 2008A, running time, 53 minutes, 31 seconds. George Green interview, part 2 of 2. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=6 ZSRG0 ILZ, Project Camelot 2008B, running time, 80 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 14 seconds. Phil Schneider's video lectures. Watch Phil Schneider's 2 lectures listed below. Listen to Phil Schneider mention how quickly military technology advances in comparison to the technology the public uses. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=Oljerjsnixtwandib, Schneider 1995, running time, 72 minutes, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 38 seconds. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals SLGB5U, OC FM and IB. Schneider 1996, running time, 68 minutes, 1 hour, 08 minutes, 44 seconds. Read, information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. The information is presented on pages 74 to 80 in this document. Use the checkpoints/bullet points as learning outcomes one should aim to understand while watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013. Watch Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood. While watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, simultaneously use the checkpoints mentioned on pages 76-78 in this document to review which points you may or may not have understood. With regards to the information about REM-driven human cloning, go over the checkpoints in this particular interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, until you understand it. Get to the bottom of the information, study this until you understand and discover the truth about this information. Vincent Eastwood, February 26, 2013, Vincent Eastwood 2013, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals M_1FF5JG. Running time, 73 minutes, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 26 seconds. Read Donald Marshall's ProBoards forum, Donald Marshall ProBoards 2012b, link, http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general, board. After following the above guidelines, whereby you have followed the above steps, and you have now reached the point where you have finished watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2013, if you now have many unanswered questions about human cloning, REM-driven human cloning, and you currently have an insatiable need to know which famous people have been to the cloning centers as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves and what Donald Marshall has seen famous people do at the cloning center, in Western Canada, as REM-driven human clone versions, then seek ProBoards, Donald Marshall ProBoards 2012b. It is only human nature to want to know about other human beings. Donald Marshall's ProBoards forum provides a search function which allows you to find exactly what some of the world's most famous people have done as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, at the cloning center. After searching for a specific person, use the keyboard function Ctrl+F, Control and find, type the person's name into the search panel which will be displayed once you press Ctrl+F, this will then highlight where the person's name is mentioned in the thread. You can use the up and down, or previous/next, to navigate to the exact location the famous person's name is mentioned. Watch the remaining Donald Marshall interviews listed in this document after you are finished reading Donald Marshall's ProBoards forum, Donald Marshall ProBoards 2012b, and you have researched all the questions you wanted answers to initially, and you have read about many of the famous people which primarily piqued your interest, as well as what these famous people have done as REM-driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center. It is now time to watch the remaining Donald Marshall interviews listed in this document on pages 81 to 85. Watch the other interviews at this stage for consistency with regards to the information being presented. Also make note of any new information presented in further interviews. 2. Tell your close friends and family about this information once you have done all the above and have reached this stage. This is the stage whereby provided you have taken reasonable steps to avoid believing fallacies as truth, or falling into delusions, and your conclusions regarding the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Subculture can be based on, and argued from a standpoint of objectivity. This is the point where most people are usually convinced there is some truth to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture as presented by Donald Marshall, because at this point, a person has found many corroborative evidence in favor of Donald Marshall's claims for the information concerning to Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture to be substantiated beyond the point of mere coincidence. When you have reached this stage and you are somewhat convinced that there is some truth to narrative of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture as presented by Donald Marshall, you will still be at a stage where you do not know with complete certainty the extent to which Donald Marshall's information about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is relevant in relation to the world you are currently living in. However, at this stage it is okay to have confidence in the fact that REM-driven human cloning is a reality, and that governments are cloning human beings and have been cloning human beings for many decades. This is the most critical stage that it is suggested that you inform all your close friends and family with regards to this information. There are several reasons why it is suggested you tell all your close friends and family members at this stage. The reasons are because, braveness. Naturally, the more people you tell on a 1-to-1 level, the braver you will become in terms of helping with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. You will also learn the range of responses people give, when first being told about this information, when you inform many people on a 1-to-1 level. Moreover, you will become better at informing more people about this critical information as time and your experience regarding notifying others about this critical information progresses. Clear conscience. Most people feel a sense of responsibility once they have some level of confidence that the information relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture has some truth to it, especially when people reach the stage when they have a level of confidence that REM-driven human cloning is a reality. This is why it is important to tell your close friends and family at this stage, because it will lessen any feelings of guilt you may feel from knowing this information is true, but staying silent. Remember, silence translates to consent, and once most people realize their silence equals their consent for this deplorable action against humanity to continue, people tend to feel braver and as a result gain a clearer conscience from voicing their disapproval of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. Comfort zone. Your comfort zone in terms of helping with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture will grow when you take more positive actions to help with the disclosure of this information. Furthermore, with each new action you take, you will feel discomfort. You will even feel discomfort with something as simple as clicking like on one Donald Marshall's Facebook post, the first time you decide to do this. The discomfort which happens results from going against the current trend of what has been socially acceptable for decades. You will be confirming that yes, human cloning is reality, with each new action you take in terms of helping with this disclosure, and that is what part of the discomfort is about. However, taking positive actions and steps with helping to expose the Illuminati causes you to become braver, and further expands your comfort zone with each action you take, and as time and your experience with helping this disclosure progresses, you become more comfortable in supporting this cause. Remember, you are supporting humanity, that is all you are doing. Safety. You will feel much safer once you have the knowledge that all your close friends and family members are aware of the fact that you know about top government secret information involving the clandestine cloning of human beings. Remember, at this stage once you have a certain level of confidence, and know that there is truth to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, this is the best point to tell your close friends and family. Tell your close friends and family. The fundamental action here is to tell them. Do not worry about being believed. It is much more critical to tell your close friends and family than to be believed at this stage. Furthermore, at this stage, you will feel discomfort each and every time you decide to tell a close friend or family member about the reality of REM-driven cloning and the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This is natural. It does not matter how many years you have known a friend or family member, human cloning in general is just an uncomfortable subject for many people to discuss, and human cloning will be a difficult topic to discuss for some people when you present the topic as a reality which is currently widespread and hidden from the majority of the world. Tell people about this information in person sometimes. A better approach is to tell people about this information in person, and tell them from your personal experience, how you got to learn that there is truth to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, and mention the reasons why you are telling your friends and family members about this scary, but at the same time relevant and critical information. In other words, how did you stumble across this information? You can also start off by saying I have something very important to share with you. And carry on from there, by informing your friends and family members about the reality of human cloning and REM-driven human cloning, and sharing Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document, Marshall 2015A, for friends and family members to read. Think of things this way: hypothetically speaking, if a loved one is in impending danger, at the very least you would warn your loved one of whatever impending danger exists. Therefore, at the very least, tell your loved ones about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Moreover, telling people about this disclosure in person seems to work wonderfully. Sometimes you are more likely to get this critical information across to loved ones much better when you inform loved ones about this disclosure in person. Loved ones may be more inclined to believe you, as a result of you telling them in person, and on a 1-to-1 level in person. Keep in mind, you are likely to feel discomfort with each new person you inform with regards to this disclosure. It is natural, however, it is most important that you inform others. Offer to answer any questions which others may have about this information when you have reached a stage where you are sure you know the information regarding the main topics concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. You can also explain to your loved ones that you will answer any questions that they may have. Warning: some people are terrified by this information and do not want to know any more. When your loved ones object to this information, leave it, and move on to a different conversation topic. Do not force this information on anybody. This information is scary. Nonetheless, the more curious among your loved ones will be inclined to know more about this information, and discover the truth pertaining to this information themselves. When informing a curious loved one who wishes to know more about this disclosure, make sure to answer all their questions and remember to show people who display an interest in this information how books, movies, songs, television programs, etc. relates to the world in which we live in, and how these further references the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Moreover, remember to reference the fact that many famous people now use the word clone etc. on their social media accounts, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram etc. and are indirectly referencing this disclosure. Information for your contacts who would like to know about this disclosure. Once you start informing loved ones about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, with people who display interest in this information, it will also be helpful to show these people Appendix B in this document, for which the information contained in Appendix B originates from Marshall, 2016b, pp. 47-51, exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Subculture, Volume 2, Frequently Asked Questions. Appendix B in this document discusses the reality of human cloning, as well as initial factors which stifles people's ability to accept the reality of human cloning, by informing readers that the current environment which we live in makes it difficult to see the clandestine operation of human cloning. The technological comparison which is incredibly advanced in contrast to what the public uses is also a factor which initially makes it difficult to realize the clandestine operation of human cloning, and personal biases which will have to be put aside, whereby this information must be reviewed objectively, or else, it will be difficult to realize the truth contained in this information, which in actuality, the truths to this information are directly in front of their very face, and as a result, individuals will continue to be brainwashed if they cannot set aside their personal biases to review this information objectively. Direct your loved ones who become interested in this information to Appendix B in this document. Share Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document with loved ones. Link, https://drive.google.com/file/d/0b6 unscrun 8 ceow1xnjg2btg2nms/view. Resource key equals 0, 2 star 7 lb1q9 asf, gz1cshq. Copy and paste the link above to your web browser or simply press Ctrl+click, on computer device, the image above to be guided to Donald Marshall's summary disclosure, Marshall 2015A. Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document, Marshall 2015A, concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is only 11 pages. The summary disclosure, Marshall 2015A, lets the reader know straight away that Donald Marshall is discussing REM-driven human cloning, whereby people go to sleep and have their consciousness transferred to a substrate body, a duplicate clone body. Donald Marshall is not talking about human cloning from a baby stage upwards, and most importantly Donald Marshall is a natural-born human. These aforementioned points are important, because people find confusion when first reading Donald Marshall's original letter to the public, and do not research further, given the very serious implications and accusations made in the opening letter, Donald Marshall Prob Ords 2012A. Therefore, share Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document, Marshall 2015A, with loved ones so that it will help to explain straight away, that in Donald Marshall's original letter, Donald Marshall Prob Ords 2012A, Donald Marshall is discussing topics such as consciousness transfer, multiple duplicate clone bodies, and most importantly, that all these experiences happen when Donald Marshall goes to sleep, as a natural-born human. These are important distinctions which must be known. 3. Read all of Donald Marshall's information, March 2012 to December 2015 once you have completed points 1 and 2 mentioned above, which are to know the information to a point where you are confident there is truth to this disclosure, and you tell your close family and friends about this information. This is the stage whereby it is suggested you read and investigate the remainder of Donald Marshall's disclosures regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. There is plenty of important information on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, all of which have been detailed over the course of 3.5 years, approximately. You will need to read and research the rest of Donald Marshall's information on his timeline up till December 2015. Because all the most relevant information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is contained on his timeline within those years. After reading everything, including the corroborative articles listed on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline till December 2015 on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, this is when you will truly see the relevance of Donald Marshall's disclosures, and how this information relates to the world you live in. Furthermore, you will then realize the terrible situation humanity is in, and you will understand why humanity must know this information and rectify this situation immediately. Start by reading Donald Marshall's short documents. Link, https://drive.google.com/drive/folders/0b6 unscrun 8 seekenragi 1 vek2nm8. Resource key = 0. W8K5 Zijmkospijks 5 PWTW. Read Donald Marshall's documents, which are a compilation of Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. The short documents are written with the aim to help newcomers to this information, and the main premise is, it is REM sleep-driven human cloning technology which Donald Marshall is tormented by. After you have finished reading the documents, start to read Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline from where the document finishes off in the series, and you will learn the biggest secrets which are kept hidden from the rest of this world, which relates to the life you are currently living. Continue to read until December 2015 on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. As you are reading Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, you still may not be completely convinced by the information being presented. However, you may begin seeing how more and more of the pieces are starting to fall into place as you continue to read Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline up until December 2015. The most relevant information has been written by Donald Marshall until December 2015. This is why it is important to read everything contained on Marshall's Facebook timeline up till that point. After December 2015, Donald Marshall has mostly posted greeting posts to let the public know that he is still alive. The most relevant and important information is contained on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline from March 2012 to December 2015, and it really is worth investing this time. Get on a laptop/computer and start reading. Some people have mentioned that their devices such as their mobile, iPad, tablet etc. does not allow them to scroll all the way to the beginning of Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. Some solutions to this issue are to read Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline on a laptop or PC. You can scroll all the way to the very beginning of Donald Marshall's disclosures on Facebook, on a laptop or PC, and therefore if you are having the following issues with your mobile, tablet, iPad etc. this is a good solution to rectify the problem. Furthermore, if you do not have a laptop or PC, then invest the time to go to a public library and use their computers for the allotted time, until you have the resources to afford a personal laptop. Invest the time to read the information contained on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline from March 2012 to December 2015. In all seriousness, Donald Marshall's information regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is extremely important, and it is worth investing such time. Remember, Donald Marshall invested 2 to 4 hours a day, every day, for 6 months, whereby he was going to the library to use their public computers, and divulge the information about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture to the public online. All you have to do is read the information to know and understand the reality of the Illuminati, and how the Illuminati controls the world you live in. It is a small ask, and therefore invest this time, and read all the most important and relevant information on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline from March 2012 to December 2015. 4. Click like on Donald Marshall's Facebook posts which you like. As you are reading Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline and you are at the point that you have read many corroborative evidences relating to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and for whatever reason you begin to realize that the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is now starting to make more and more sense to you, to the point where you now understand concepts and topics, and you can now see the correlations between this disclosure and the world in which you live in, and you are now at the point where you can realize references to this disclosure, for which you will realize these references are in songs, movies, books, on television etc. which you previously did not grasp. This is the point where you should start clicking like on each of Donald Marshall's disclosure posts which you truly like. Now the above may sounds like a small ask, however, it actually goes a long way towards helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. The simple reason is, it is because of psychology. We are social creatures, and therefore we look to each other for social cues regarding acceptable behavior. Therefore, it does not matter how awe-inspiring, attention-grabbing, or any other superlatives one can think of to describe a disclosure post Donald Marshall makes on Facebook, if say for example, a post only receives 3 likes from 3 people, when others review the same post, even if, internally, others like the post they have now seen, the fact that the post received so few likes will also cause more people to refrain from clicking like on the same post. Accordingly, when you have reached the stage whereby you are seeing the truth to Donald Marshall's disclosures more clearly than ever, and how this information relates to the world you live in, start clicking like. It will cause others to instinctively click like too. Moreover, in general, people do not think about these things too consciously. However, this is exactly what happens because of the psychological phenomenon of social proof. Cialdini 2007, Souls 2007, Holland 2014. Consequently, click like on Donald Marshall's Facebook posts to show your support for this disclosure. It is a very small step, however, it goes a long way in terms of lessening your fears, increasing your bravery, and supporting the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Click like on Donald Marshall's Facebook greeting posts. Most people know of the reason why Donald Marshall continues posts good morning, good afternoon and good evening on his Facebook timeline. The simple reason why Donald Marshall has daily greeting posts on Facebook is because the Illuminati can kill Donald Marshall at any second through the advent of REM-driven human cloning technology. Therefore, the good morning, good afternoon and good evening Facebook posts are to let the public know that Donald Marshall is still alive despite the fact that Marshall still remains a prisoner and a victim of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and this needs to change soon. Consequently, by clicking like on these greeting posts made by Donald Marshall, you will be showing your support for every passing day Donald Marshall is alive, and continues to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 5. Share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on your Facebook timeline. Start slow, if you must. This is one of the phases towards feeling completely brave and comfortable in terms of helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This stage, whereby you must share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts to your Facebook timeline, is where you will feel the most discomfort initially. Although at this stage you have told many of your close friends and family about the clandestine operation of the Illuminati and their REM-driven human cloning subculture, it is understandable that you are not close to everyone on your Facebook friends list, and therefore, and naturally, you would not want acquaintances and people whom you have not spoken to for many years to think that you are weird, crazy, insane, etc. And you will feel this discomfort again, whereby these thoughts of what others on your friends list will think of you will arise. This is again based on the psychological phenomenon of social proof, Cialdini 2007, Souls 2007, Holland 2014. Many people who are now actively and openly sharing Donald Marshall's information went through this phase, and it is likely you will also go through this phase whereby thousands upon thousands of excuses run through your head as to why you cannot share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on your Facebook timeline, based on the psychological phenomenon of social proof, Cialdini 2007, Souls 2007, Holland 2014, whereby you will feel discomfort because you are worried about what people on your friends list may think. Many people actively and openly helping to divulge Donald Marshall's information to the world have heard many of the above excuses given from others, as reasons as to why they cannot share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts. However, remember, it is the world which we live in that has become crazy through the advent of highly advanced technology used by a clandestine group of individuals calling themselves the Illuminati. This world is crazy, not you, and if anything, you are smart for realizing the craziness which is around you, at all times, and wanting to help humanity rectify this situation. Keep this perspective. Furthermore, keep the following in mind: by sharing posts about human cloning, REM sleep-driven cloning, etc. Whether you are fully aware of this or not, you are helping to raise awareness among your audience, i.e. people on your friends list and people connected to you, and in the long run, you are helping humanity reach a point whereby humanity can relieve itself of this terrible situation. Every little helps. Start by slowly sharing Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on your timeline. Donald Marshall has posts which are inspirational quotes, from the internet, etc. on his Facebook timeline which relate to this disclosure. However, on the surface, these quotes/Facebook posts do not have anything to do with human cloning and the rest of Donald Marshall's disclosures about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. They are just inspirational quotes such as "never give up," and the image below, etc. Share posts and information such as this. This way, at the very least, people on your Facebook friends list will see that you shared posts from Donald Marshall's Facebook page, and the more curious among your friends will review Donald Marshall's Facebook page by themselves. This is psychological, but it really does work. Furthermore, there are people who now openly and actively post Donald Marshall's information who found Donald Marshall's Facebook page and his information on the Illuminati because a friend of theirs either shared or liked a post from Donald Marshall's Facebook page. Continue to read Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. Donald Marshall's disclosures regarding his experiences of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture becomes easier to understand for people at approximately March to May 2013 on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. From having read from March 2012 to approximately May 2013 on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, and reading and watching the corroborative articles and videos displayed on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, at approximately March 2013 to May 2013 on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline is when people start to see the interconnectedness between Donald Marshall's disclosures and the world in which they live in. At this point, some people even have flashbacks from their childhood, whereby the life they experienced as a child, in terms of the cartoons, television shows, movies, books etc., which was experienced as a child, is now in their conscious forefront, and they can now remember television shows, books, movies, cartoons etc., which referenced human cloning, consciousness transfer to a substrate body etc., all of which are referenced in their favorite childhood memories. This is when people really start to understand the significance of Donald Marshall's disclosures, and people begin to realize and know with certainty that Donald Marshall is speaking real truths. When you have reached the point where you now know with certainty that Donald Marshall is telling the truth with regards to his disclosures about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, this is where you are likely to feel an overwhelming sense of responsibility to do the right thing, and help this disclosure meet its full conclusion and reach a point whereby the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is worldly known and fully exposed. At this point, when you know and understand this information with a much clearer level of certainty, and you have seen and experienced too many corroborations to this disclosure, for it to be mere happenstance or coincidence, this is the stage where you must share Donald Marshall's disclosures relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture on your Facebook timeline. Share Donald Marshall's posts to your Facebook timeline. Understandably, some people cannot share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on their Facebook page because it might jeopardize their employment or insert other reasons here . People such as this should join social networking activist groups which help with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and the information you share to these activist groups helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, will be appreciated and shared by many like-minded people. Some of these activist groups helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture have been listed on pages 86 to 89 of this document. Share your first Facebook post about REM-driven human cloning. You will feel nervous and have discomfort sharing your very first post about human cloning / REM-driven human cloning etc. on your Facebook timeline. Many people who now actively and openly share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts have been through this stage. However, that feeling has long passed for people who currently openly and actively share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts to their timeline, and it will not be surprising if when asked, they cannot remember the discomfort they felt when sharing their first post from Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline to their Facebook timeline. However, many people have felt like this and been through this stage. Moreover, when it comes to sharing your first post about human cloning, your mind might race, and you will think of many different scenarios, and excuses as to why you cannot share a post about human cloning on your Facebook timeline, such as excuses regarding what your friends might think, whether or not people on your social feed will remove you from their social networks because of what your post etc. When your mind starts throwing these objections, take a breath and think about things this way. If all you had to do to save the victims suffering from this clandestine torture through the use of highly advanced technology was to share one Facebook post about human cloning from Donald Marshall's Facebook page, could you do that? Could you be that brave? If all that was required of you was to share one Facebook post to save countless lives, could you do that? If the answer is yes, then be brave and do it, then share a second post from Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline about human cloning, and then share a third post about human cloning from Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline etc. Keep sharing Donald Marshall's Facebook posts in relation to the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and you will become braver, and your comfort zone will increase as a result of you having taken steps to actively and openly help with the exposure of this information. Expect some people on your social networking groups to remove you from their social networks. However, do not worry about this, it is not as many as you think it would be, it will be very few, and it will usually be people whom you have not spoken to in a very long time, who cannot fathom the reality of your Facebook posts, but instinctively know there is truth to it, but overall, they are afraid. Fear is one of the main reasons people will remove you from their social networking groups. Expect others to be confused by your Facebook posts, especially if you haven't spoken to these people personally, or informed them about the reality of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as it is suggested above that you tell many of your close friends and family once you realize there is truth to this disclosure. Also expect to attract people, but just be wary of disinformation agents. People whom you have not spoken to in many years will also want to talk to you all of a sudden because of your Facebook posts exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Therefore, expect the following range of reactions, and more, from others in regards to helping with the exposure of this disclosure. 6. Join activist groups exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. These activist groups have been listed in this document on pages 86 to 89, and they are great for conversing and discussing this disclosure with like-minded people. Share relevant information to these activist groups, and your information will be shared by the right audience. Invite like-minded people to join activist groups helping to expose this information. This disclosure depends on the populace, therefore, invite more like-minded people to these activist groups, and their contributions will help towards the overall exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 7. Sign and share the petitions listed. Link, https://www.change.org/p/stop human cloning by Charis Franklin. Link, http://www.thepttonsite.com/n GB/952/622/178/end human cloning REM driven human cloning / Copy and paste each link above to your web browser, or simply press Ctrl+click, on computer device, each image above to be guided to each petition. By signing and sharing these petitions, you will help to raise further awareness on the websites these petitions are listed on. You will also help to raise further awareness between your friends list on your social networks and any activist groups for which you are a member of, when you sign and share these petitions, which help raise awareness about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Furthermore, it is possible to sign these petitions anonymously, as well as make anonymous comments on the websites these petitions are listed on. Therefore, sign and share the 2 petitions listed here, and this will count as one of the bare minimum steps you can take with helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 8. Share Donald Marshall's video/audio interviews on multiple online platforms. The links to Donald Marshall's interviews are listed on pages 81 to 85 of this document. Share these interviews across multiple online platforms, such as, for example, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. And you will help raise further awareness concerning the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 9. Share videos, audio, and other sources which corroborate this disclosure. Share videos, audio, and any other source which helps to reference and corroborate the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and explain to the audience how, why, what, where, when, who, etc. In the videos, audios, and other sources you share across multiple platforms and multiple activist groups relates to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 10. Make your own videos about this disclosure after you have read everything on Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, from March 2012 to December 2015, and you understand the information relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture wholeheartedly, and you can understand this disclosure to the point whereby you realize what is truly going on in this world, a great help will be to make videos which address each phase of Donald Marshall's disclosures in relation to the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Upload these videos online, and this will be widely appreciated, shared, and shared by many like-minded people who are aware of this information but do not have the video editing skills to make short video clips directed at the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. 11. Share Donald Marshall's document disclosures link, https://drive.google.com/drive/folders/0b6 unscrun 8 seeknragi 1 vek2 nm8. Resource key equals 0, w8k5 zijmkospijks 5 pwtw. The purpose of these document disclosures which mirror Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline is that they are written with the aim of helping newcomers to this information understand quickly, that it is REM-driven human cloning technology that Donald Marshall and the populace are unsuspectingly tormented by, whereby Donald Marshall has been a victim of REM-driven human cloning technology for over 30+ years. Therefore, awareness about this topic must be raised extremely quickly, and awareness about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture must be quickly realized by the majority of the populace with regards to the clandestine operation of governments and their highly advanced technologies wielded against the populace unsuspectingly. Furthermore, these documents allow others to share much information, to multiple platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram etc. The documents also allow people the opportunity to download this information to their devices, print hard copies of this information, and share hard copies of this information on a range of topics related to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, instead of just sharing one post on online platforms, for which others may not understand straight away, or get confused by the post, if they are new to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Furthermore, these documents allow others to read a whole range of information, and research the information being presented, because there are multiple sources provided, and this gives others the opportunity to form a better, informed opinion concerning the topic of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. These documents are also free, and provide a great introduction and explanation concerning the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and allows newcomers the opportunity to understand the relevance of the information being presented, whereby once a person finishes reading the information presented in each series of the short documents, the reader can resume by visiting Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline, and continue to read this information, from the point the document series ends. Moreover, because these documents are free, feel free to share these documents and the links to these documents everywhere and among many people who are looking for this information, and are ready for this information. We are not all active on the same websites or online platforms, nor are we all active in the same activists groups. Therefore, by sharing these disclosure documents on the online platforms, and activists groups which you frequent, you will ensure many more people learn about the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and the world in which we currently live in. 12. Form groups with like-minded individuals to help expose the Illuminati. A group should contain a minimum of 3 people and a maximum of 6 people, as a guideline. Groups containing more than 6 people usually tend to have 1 or 2 people who do nothing, or contain 1 or 2 people who do not contribute as much as other group members, when groups exceed the guideline of 6 individuals. The term is called social loafing, Study 2015, Cherry 2016, which is the psychological phenomenon whereby a person exerts less effort to achieve a goal when they are working in a group than would have done, if that same person was working alone. Nonetheless, it is only suggested as a guideline for people who wish to form groups to help with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, that they should ensure their immediate groups contain a minimum of 3 people and a maximum of 6 people. When working in groups, outline group goals, outline individual tasks which must be achieved by each individual, set agreed individual deadlines for each individual to meet, set agreed group deadlines to be achieved by the group, ensure harmony and cooperation between group members, work for the overall good to achieve group goals. Working in groups, rather than individually, helps to achieve goals faster because the burden and workload is shared among more individuals, and therefore if you can find others to work with, whereby group goals, individual tasks and deadlines can be agreed upon, then this is great. The implication of working in a group rather than individually means, the group will be helping to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture much more than would be achieved individually. Closing words, what we must do to help with this exposure. Remember, these are only suggested guidelines for directions people can take to help with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. The suggestions mentioned in this appendix are not set guidelines and the only methods which we can do to help and reach the point of the full exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Nonetheless, these suggested guidelines do provide you with steps to take if you are currently unsure about what you can do to help expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. We all have different talents and skills, and therefore, guidelines such as these listed in this appendix may not be practical to you depending on your talents and skills. Therefore, as an example, if you are an artist, a musician, a part-time film producer, etc., then by all means draw, paint, write lyrics and sing songs about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Remember to be as direct as possible when you are using your talents and skills to help with the exposure of this disclosure. Being as direct as possible will help others to understand the message you have to convey. There is no need for you to hint or reveal this information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture in veiled messages, as you currently see famous people do. Be direct. Furthermore, if you are a part-time film producer or the person who has great video production and video editing skills, then make short videos which address this topic, and your videos will be widely appreciated, shared, and re-shared across many online platforms. Remember, every individual is unique and therefore whatever your individual talents are, use them in whatever way you feel is a positive, helpful step towards the full exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. The message paraphrased from Conversations with Nostradamus Volume 3, Canon 1994, Chapter 19, is very powerful, and therefore it is presented here as a closing message. It is extremely sad if we realize how terrible a situation is and we as humanity are not doing anything except feeling bad about the situation. The hopelessness that we feel about the situation is compounded, increased. If we look at these things as too big for us to do anything about, such as looking at this information and thinking, what can I as one individual do to help expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture? The problem is too big. That means we have literally given up. Nothing is accomplished without individual human effort, which coalesces into group effort, and then action truly takes place. To give up is the worst thing that can happen to our world. It is essential while we are alive to do whatever we feel is a positive, helpful step. To actually do it. Whatever it is. Appendix B, The Reality of Human Cloning, May 23, 2012. When did the Illuminati start to clone human beings? 3SG1, How long, how many years have the Illuminati been cloning human beings? DM, the Illuminati first started to clone humans after World War II, approximately 1944/1945, so over 70 years ago. REM-driven human cloning technology was perfected after World War II, 1944/1945. Initial factors which stifle people's ability to accept the reality of human cloning. When most people first hear of the statement that human beings have been cloned as early as 1945, and in complete secrecy, they find that statement very disparaging and difficult to accept, and there are many reasons for this. The environment. Firstly, the current environment we live in does not overtly demonstrate or reveal the reality of human cloning. However, very subtly and covertly, our environment does demonstrate and reveal the reality of human cloning. When one begins to really pay attention and focus on this topic, as well as hone in on this topic, one's reticular activation system, RAS, make your goals happen. No date, Innovatus 2013, Time Mastery Coach 2013, will then start to show her/him many instances in this world regarding the reality of human cloning, inferences which one may have seen thousands of times before, but one never paid much attention to, which will now grab one's attention like never before, and demonstrate to her/him many more instances of the reality of human cloning. This happens because a person's reticular activation system is now focused on seeing if there is truth to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and there is truth to this disclosure. However, the truth about the reality of human cloning is conveyed subtly and discreetly in our environment. Reticular activation system, RAS, is one of the most important parts of our brains, and RAS has a great influence over cognition, our abilities to process or acquire knowledge, and understand through thought, experiences, and our senses. The RAS is considered the brain's attention center and acts like the filter between a person's conscious mind and their subconscious mind. At any one time there are millions upon millions of data and information around us. Our brains can only process so much information at any one time, and therefore the RAS acts as a filter against the data which is around us, and ensures we, consciously, process information deemed important, while other information gets filtered out. Make your goals happen. No date. Innovatus 2013, Time Mastery Coach 2013. Consequently, when one starts to focus on the topic of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, his/her reticular activation system will begin to reveal to him/her the many instances in songs, movies, books, television, etc., and more or less the whole of human culture, where there are hints and references to human cloning or REM-driven human cloning. Technological advancements. Secondly, the public is thousands of years behind in terms of technological advancements. This is another statement which is difficult for most people to accept at first. It is not hundreds of years worth of technological advancements, but thousands of years worth of technological advancements, that the military, and the Illuminati, have in use in comparison to the technology the public is accustomed to and uses on a regular basis. Therefore topics such as consciousness transfer to a substrate body, sleep, REM-driven cloning, where a person goes to sleep, only to wake up in a clone body of themselves, human cloning, even if it is just replication cloning, growing clones of humans, where the human clones start off life from a baby and mature to adulthood, all seem like science fiction to anyone who has never considered the occult, hidden world, or paid extensive attention to technological advancements in this world, as well as the directions of research and development opportunities, technology-wise, and has come to the realization, through extensive attention and research, that many technological advancements are withheld from the public during their initial inception, as well as initial completion. Furthermore, there are patents for many advances in technology, which were invented, or were being researched many decades ago, which demonstrate there were research and development opportunities being undertaken, with the hope to create certain technologies many decades ago. Consequently, a difficult reality to accept, for the casual observer who has stumbled across this information initially, is that all the technology which the public sees around themselves in their environment, on a daily basis, is not the pinnacle of humanity's technological capabilities, and in reality, the highest advances in technology are kept underground, in deep underground military bases, far removed from the senses, imaginations, and perceived reality of what is technologically capable. The general public are kept uniformed or misinformed in regards to such technological advancements. Although, having said the above, it is easier for most people to accept that advances in technologies are usually trialed, tested, used and weaponized by the military first, before said technologies ever become available for public consumption, that is, if said technologies ever do become available for public consumption. Therefore, for the reader who truly desires to know and understand human beings have been cloned since as early as the 1940s, it is best to seek George Green's interview, Project Camelot 2008A, 2008B, whereby Green corroborates the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture by confirming he too knows from first-hand experience, human beings have been cloned since the 1940s. Furthermore, readers should also seek Phil Schneider, who through his whistle-blowing disclosure, informed the public that military technology advances at a rate of 44 years for every 1 year, 12 months, which passes in comparison to the technology the public sees, uses, and is accustomed to. Schneider 1995, 1996, Open Minds 2011. Therefore, at a ratio of 44:1, this vindicates that every 8 days, 1 divided by 44 equals 0.023, 0.023 multiplied by 365.25 days in a year equals 8.40 days, 365.25 accounts for leap years. The military achieves 1 year's worth of technological advancements equivalent to what the public realizes after every 12 months which passes. The fact that the military is capable of accomplishing such technological advancements rapidly, at a rate of every 8 days equivalent to what the public realizes technologically, after every 12 months, helps to vindicate the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, consciousness transfer to substrate bodies, sleep, REM-driven human cloning, and human cloning as realities which currently exist today. Furthermore, such a rapid rate in technological advancement achieved by the military, vindicates that such realities mentioned above, have existed for many decades, since the 1940s, in complete secrecy, and are not concepts relegated to the genre of science fiction, because in truth, humanity's technological capabilities advances at a rapid rate, at a ratio of 44:1, in terms of military technological advancements in comparison to the technological advancements the public sees and is accustomed to. Therefore, it must be the will of the reader, which drives him or her, to realize the truth about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as well as his or her will, which drives him or her to know and realize the rapid rate of humanity's technological capabilities, because such an examination will further help to demonstrate to the reader the reality of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. It will also help to reveal to the reader that there are many advances in technologies, available today, which are withheld, which would benefit humanity as a collective, and further demonstrate to the reader that the technologies which he or she sees, in his or her environment, is not all that is currently available technologically, or the pinnacle of humanity's technological accomplishments. Furthermore, by exploring sources such as George Green, Project Camelot 2008A, 2008B, who confirms through his first-hand experience, that humans have been cloned since the 1940s, and Phil Schneider who explains the military's might, in terms of technological advancements achieved, compared to the technological accomplishments the public realizes. Schneider 1995, 1996, Open Minds 2011. This will help one to better understand that human cloning, and more, is a reality which has already been achieved. Moreover, in reality and practicality, humanity is not at the stage of debating whether humanity should clone humans or not, because such a reality was achieved over 70 years ago in complete secrecy. Presently speaking, humanity is at a stage whereby the cloning of human beings must end. Human beings have been grown as human clones, in complete secrecy and used for the most abhorrent purposes conceivably imaginable, to the point where natural-born humans are even in danger of being victims of REM-driven human cloning, which is a form of human cloning, or natural-born people are already victims of REM-driven cloning, whereby these natural-born humans are activated against their will, through the process of consciousness transfer, whenever they sleep, and enter REM sleep, to REM-driven clone duplicate version of themselves, whereby, as a REM-driven duplicate clone version of themselves, these victims of REM-driven cloning, must bend to the Illuminati's will. This is how far technology has advanced today in complete secrecy. This is why we as humanity can no longer debate whether humanity should clone humans or not, because it is a reality which has already happened. Consequently, we are at a stage where we must realize the reality of such advances in science and technology involved with the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and bring an end to such an injustice on Earth, and end the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Personal bias is a third reason why some people may find difficulty accepting the reality of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and the fact that human beings have been cloned as early as the 1940s, is to do with the issues of personal biases. The topic of human cloning being a current reality which exists today, and has existed in secrecy for over 70 years, and is indeed a reality, just makes people feel initially uncomfortable, fearful, disgusted, offended, angry, and a whole myriad of emotions. Some people do not like to even conceive the idea of human cloning, yet alone realize it is a reality which currently exists, because for them, the reality of human cloning removes the uniqueness of the human experience, and therefore a topic and a reality such as this, offends them. The key and most important factor here is to be objective. We all have personal biases and opinions, as well as beliefs which we adhere to. It is not the intent of the messenger, Donald Marshall, or messengers, people helping Donald Marshall to expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, to offend the opinions and belief systems personal to individuals. Rather, it is the intent of the messengers to alert the people they care most about in their lives, in regards to a reality which affects the livelihood and well-being of their close family and friends. Donald Marshall and his messengers are not the ones who took away the uniqueness of the human experience, as some have suggested, by growing human beings as clones, activating human beings as REM-driven clone versions while they sleep, and making human beings perform tasks to a third party's demands, etc. Therefore, be objective, and make the distinction between the person informing you of bad news, and the people committing the actions detailed in the unfavorable news. It is the people committing the actions detailed in the unfavorable news we must concentrate our efforts on, and as the old adage goes, do not shoot the messenger, do not blame the messenger, as being the one, responsible for sharing the unfavorable information received, make the distinction. Moreover, for individuals who still have strong personal biases, and find it difficult to accept the reality of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and the fact that human beings have been cloned since the 1940s. It is best to calm down, and look at this information objectively. Try as best as possible to put your personal biases to one side, until you have reached a place where you can categorically debunk this information, or categorically conclude that this information is indeed true. Once you have reached a stage where you can categorically conclude that the information regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture is in fact true, concentrate the anger and hurt that you feel against the Illuminati, and help humanity expose the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, so that eventually, humanity can bring an end to such injustice. Appendix C, Legislation. The references to the legislature listed below are reminders that in the United Kingdom, the disclosures about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture qualifies under Public Interest Disclosure Act, 1998, PIDA, Whistle Blowing Disclosure Act. Under the Enterprise and Regulatory Reform Act, ERA, 2013 Section 17, the new public interest test is added for whistle-blowing disclosures, amending Section 43B of the Employment Rights Act, ERA, 1996, and therefore now reads as such. New words underlined. A qualifying disclosure means any disclosure of information which, in the reasonable belief of the worker making the disclosure, is made in the public interest and tends to show one or more of the following: criminal offense, breach of legal obligation, etc. The disclosures pertaining to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture meet the requirements set out in the Public Interest Test, ERA Section 17, and are therefore made in the public interest. That it is a serious crime, Serious Crime Act 2015, Computer Misuse Act 1990. Punishable by imprisonment, a fine, or both, to cite hatred or spread hoaxes by use of a computer which would cause mass hysteria or public dissension. Nonetheless, despite Mr. Donald Marshall condemning many public figures, there has never been a single public figure named by Mr. Marshall who has issued a statement against Mr. Marshall for libel, slander, defamation etc. Since 2011 when Mr. Marshall started to denounce public figures for their involvement in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Consequently, one should first look to the law in order to understand that Mr. Marshall is providing accurate and detailed factual information relevant to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, otherwise Mr. Marshall would have been fined or imprisoned many years ago for either slandering names, possibly, inciting a public panic and using a computer to do so. The references to the relevant legislature is provided below. Computer Misuse Act, 1990, Section 3A, making, supplying or obtaining articles for use in offense under Section 1 or 3 online available from, http://www.legislation.gov.uk/UK/1990/18/section/3A accessed, May 8, 2015 Enterprise and Regulatory Reform Act, 2013, Section 17, disclosures not protected unless believed to be made in the public interest. Online available from, http://www.legislation.gov.uk/UK/2013/24/section/17/enacted accessed, May 8, 2015 Employment Rights Act, 1996, Section 43B, disclosures qualifying for protection. Online available from, http://www.legislation.gov.uk/UK/1996/18/section/43B accessed, May 8, 2015 Public Interest Disclosure Act, 1998, Section 43B, disclosures qualifying for protection. Online available from, http://www.legislation.gov.uk/UK/1998/23/section/1 accessed, May 8, 2015. Serious Crime Act, 2015, Section 41(3)(ZA), unauthorized acts causing, or creating risk of, serious damage. Online available from, http://www.legislation.gov.uk/UK/2015/9/section/41/enacted accessed, May 8, 2015. References Adele Vivo, 2011, Adele Someone Like You online video September 29, 2011. Available from, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=HLQL3WQQOQ0 accessed, August 8, 2016 Astral 7 IGHT, 2013a, Donald Marshall interview, Human Cloning, hosts, Dead Chipheads and the Soulstone online video August 7, 2013. Available from, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=1z Melwin 2GW accessed, August 9, 2016 Astral 7 IGHT, 2013b, Donald Marshall interview, MK Ultra, clones, drones and Vril lizards online video August 8, 2013. Available from, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=4TFUNHT19s accessed, August 9, 2016 Astral 7 IGHT, 2014a, Donald Marshall's 2014 interview, Human Clones, Vril and MK Ultra online video April 5, 2014. Available from, https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals x4gvnr9yq3m accessed, August 11, 2016 Astral 7 IGHT, 2014b, Donald Marshall's UK interview, Clones, Parasite Hosts and Vril online video April 5, 2014. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals bcd85l1yyIW accessed, August 9, 2016 Astral 7 IGHT, 2014c, Shocking Letter from Illuminati Prisoner Donald Marshall online video May 16, 2014. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals td1gc2dv4xi accessed, August 13, 2016. Astral 7 IGHT, 2015, Donald Marshall's first interview online video April 29, 2015. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals zh2u9x1e_2 accessed, August 12, 2016 Canon, D. 1994, Conversations with Nostradamus, His Prophecies Explained, Vol. 3. Ozark Mountain Publishing Inc. Ch. 19 Change.org, 2016, Stop Human Cloning online available from https://www.change.org/p/stop, human, cloning, by, Charis, Franklin accessed, August 13, 2016 Cherry, K. 2016, What is Social Loafing? Online available from https://www.verywell.com/what is social loafing -2795883 accessed, August 15, 2016 Cialdini, R. B. 2007, Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion, Harper Business. Def Leppard, 2016, Def Leppard online available from http://www.defleppard.com/accessed, August 15, 2016 Donald Marshall Proboards, 2012a, Donald's original letter to the public. Online available from https://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/thread/917/Donald's, original, letter, public, 2011 accessed, July 28, 2015 Donald Marshall Proboards, 2012b, General Board online available from http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general, board accessed, August 13, 2016 Ersson, H.H. 2013, Inspirational Lecture Professor Henrik Ersson online video October 3, 2013. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals ir7 hisyn2u and _channel equals Karolinskinstitutet accessed, July 2, 2015. Holland, E. 2014, The Science of Social Proof, 5 Types and the Psychology Behind Why They Work online available from https://blog.bufferapp.com/the Ultimate Guide to Social Proof accessed, August 14, 2016 IMDb, c. 2007, A Shot at Love with Tila Tequila online available from http://www.imdb.com/title/tt110517/accessed, August 15, 2016 IMDb, c. 1999, Family Guy online available from http://www.familyguyonline.com/. www.imdb.com/title/tt018257/accessed, August 15, 2016. Innovators, c. 2013, What is the function of reticular activating system? Online available from http://www.innovatus.net/health/what, function, reticular, activating, system accessed, May 13, 2016. Make your goals happen. No date, the reticular activation system. Your automatic goal-seeking mechanism. Online available from http://www.makeyourgoalshappen.com/reticular activating system.html. Accessed May 13, 2016. Marshall, D. 2015a, Empowerment by Virtue of Golden Truth. Human cloning, specifically, REM-driven human cloning. Summary disclosure. Unpublished. Marshall, D. 2015b, Empowerment by Virtue of Golden Truth. Human cloning, specifically, REM-driven human cloning. Full disclosure. Unpublished. Marshall, D. 2016a, Exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Volume 1, March 25, 2012 to May 18, 2012, Frequently Asked Questions. Unpublished. Marshall, D. 2016b, Exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Volume 2, May 18, 2012 to May 24, 2012, Frequently Asked Questions. Questions. Unpublished. pp. 47 to 51. Megadeth, 2001, The World Needs a Hero. CD USA, Sanctuary Records Group Ltd. Vulgaropoulos, 2016, Donald Marshall. February 2016. 2-hour interview. Online video. March 16, 2016. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v=dolsx5cj2tm. Accessed August 10, 2016. Open Minds, 2011, Phil Schneider's Incredible ET Claims. Online available from http://www.openminds.tv/Phil Schneider's Incredible ET Claims/9982. Accessed May 9, 2015. Paranormal Central, 2016a, Cloning. Is it real? Donald Marshall on Paranormal Central. Registered trademark March 6, 2016. Online video March 8, 2016. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v=catched for mic. Accessed August 10, 2016. Paranormal Central, 2016b, Donald Marshall Update. Bigfoot. Alien Abduction. Paranormal Central. Central registered trademark May 29, 2016. Online video May 30, 2016. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v=yq5xft. Accessed August 11, 2016. Petkova, V. I. N. Erson, H.H. 2008, If I Were You, Perceptual Illusion of Body Swapping, +1, Volume 3, Issue 12, pp. 1-9. Project Camelot, 2008a, Project Camelot interviews George Green. Part 1 of 2. Online video. April 16, 2008. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v=6 Ruia 618 and _channel Project Camelot. Accessed May 11, 2015. Project Camelot, 2008b, Project Camelot interviews George Green Part 2 of 2 online video. April 16, 2008. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals 6 zsrg0 ilz and _channel equals Project Camelot accessed, May 11, 2015. Q69573, 2012, Illuminati mind control victim Gabriela Rico Jimenez briefly breaks free, English subtitles, online video August 31, 2012. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals yujkidklunk accessed, May 10, 2016 Schneider, p. 1995, Phil Schneider documentary of truth about aliens and UFOs and our government. Online video. September 21, 2013. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals oljerjsnxt and _channel equals aliens among us accessed, May 10, 2015 Schneider, p. 1996, Phil Schneider's last speech 2 months before his assassination aliens and underground bases online video. November 24, 2013. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals slgb5u, OC-FM and _channel equals Fall Off Media accessed, May 10, 2015 Souls, M. 2007, Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion online available from http://www.media/studies.ca/articles/influence_ch4. HDM. Accessed, August 14, 2016 Study, 2015, Social Loafing, Definition, Examples and Theory online available from http://study.com/academy/lesson/social, loafing, definition, examples, theory.html accessed, August 15, 2016 Time Mastery Coach, 2013, Reticular Activating System online video May 25, 2013. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals Phase Ivo accessed, May 13, 2016 The petition site, 2016, and Human Cloning. REM-driven human cloning online available from http://www.thepttonsite.com/n GB/952/622/178/end, Human, Cloning. REM, Driven, Human, Cloning. /accessed, August 13, 2016 The Smoking Gun, 2009, LAPD details Rihanna beating online available from http://www.thesmokinggun.com/documents/crime/LAPD, details, Rihanna, beating accessed, February 22, 2016. Train Vivo, 2012, Train Drive-by online video February 15, 2012. Available from https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals oxknefj3lp5k accessed, February 18, 2016 UT Dallas, no date, Elements of Cinematography, Camera online available from http://www.utdallas.edu/atech/midori/handouts/camera.hdm accessed, August 12, 2016 Vincent Eastwood, 2013, Illuminati Cloning Programs, Sex and Murder Cults and Reptilians. February 26, 2013 Online video February 26, 2013. Available from www.youtube.com/watch v=m_1 to fev 5jg accessed, July 10, 2015.